Hey guys, here's part 8 of Namikaze's return. Enjoy! Chapter 30. The meeting started half an hour later. Naruto, Mei, and Yugito returned with barely any time to spare. Each of them wore vastly differing expression. While slightly exhausted, with a somewhat sore pelvis to boot, Naruto glanced at Mei and Yugito. If the redhead looked like the cat that ate the canary, then Yugito was definitely the canary that got eaten. Her face, red enough that it put a fireball jutsu to shame, reminded him of this time when he had gotten a really bad sunburn. You three look awfully flustered. Tsunade stared at Mei with frown and satisfied. What exactly were you doing? Nothing that you need to worry about. Mei's smile, which had already been quite prominent, grew several decibels wider. We were just enjoying a nice time as a couple, s? Pausing halfway in her seat, Mei's face suddenly scrunched up as if she had just realized something important. Wait. What do you call it when someone is in a polygamous relationship? Would the couple's part still be singular, or would it be plural? The silence in that moment was so profound that a pin could have dropped, and it would have been loud enough to shatter glass. Everyone present stared at Mei like she'd sprouted tails from her ass. Their expression varied, but pretty much everyone there was reflecting some kind of shock, except for Koyuki, Konan, Yugito, and Jiraiya. Koyuki was nodding in understanding. Yugito and Konan had faces that were both inflamed and somehow resigned. As for Jiraiya, well, he was giggling and writing in his notepad. This is gold. Pure gold. While Jiraiya giggled to himself like a perverted schoolgirl, Tsunade dragged a hand over her face, hiding her no doubt resigned expression. I'm not even going to deign that with a response. Let's get this meeting started before I lose too many brain cells. With Oonoki no longer taking part in the meeting, there was no more need for Tsunade to try and convince everyone about the dangers of pain, since everyone present already agreed with her. Their focus shifted to other matters. The first among these issues was the Kumo refugees. Thanks to the minor nations cutting off trade and blocking our borders, we no longer have the resources available to sustain an extra 2,000 people for a prolonged period of time, Tsunade said. We might be able to survive in the long run, but it'll be harder on everyone, which is why we were hoping to get help with the refugees. I've been thinking about that issue a lot, Koyuki said. Basically, the issue is a matter of resources, right? Partly, yes. I would say that's the biggest issue, Tsunade said. However, there are other problems. When such a large influx of people enter a nation, it causes that nation's economy to rapidly fluctuate, which in turn causes a lot of economic turmoil. The fact that our trade routes have been cut off is simply widening the problem that was already created by the other issue. Of course, it doesn't help that our village is currently undergoing repairs due to Akatsuki's attack on our village. Another moment of silence passed. Naruto, once again standing behind Tsunade, wondered what sort of solution the leaders here would come up with. This was an issue that he knew little about. He understood it. Jiraiya had grilled economics and trade into his head, claiming that it was something a Hokage needed to know, but he had never been faced with a problem like this. After giving a thoughtful hum, Koyuki raised a single hand and traced circles in the air, as though indicating her point. You all know that the Land of Spring has become the leading founder in new technology. Since the creation of the heat generator, our scientists have been working non-stop on improving the daily lives of our citizens. Not only that, but we're working on creating methods of expanding trade with other nations that don't rely on standard means of transportations. Ships take a long time to deliver goods. Crossing the sea takes at least 2 weeks, never mind how long it takes carriages and wagons to transport goods across nations. There was a poignant pause. Koyuki took several deep breaths, as though speaking so much had somehow tired her. Naruto knew better. This woman was a daimyo, a ruler, and an actress all in one. She knew how to play to the crowd. You all know that my country has been creating zeppelins, Koyuki continued after a prolonged pause to heighten the effects of her words. Currently, our fleet is small. We have no more than 10 zeppelins at our disposal right now. However, each zeppelin is capable of carrying 200 passengers and 100 tons worth of cargo. That's a good amount of people and cargo, Tsunade admitted, her eyes wide. I remember seeing the 5 zeppelins you came to Konoha with. They're a little larger than a standard ship, but it sounds to me like they can carry a lot more. It's because of how zeppelins work. Koyuki grinned and puffed out her chest. Don't ask me the details because I don't know, but basically, despite being the same size as a standard cargo ship, they can carry several times more thanks to how they're built. Of course, right now the zeppelins are still kind of small. Eventually, I plan on making a fleet of zeppelins that can ferry tens of thousands of people and 10 times as much cargo. However, for our goals right now, those zeppelins that you do have could prove quite handy, Mei said. The only thing I'm concerned about is that you don't have a lot at the moment. May I ask how long it takes for you to build one of these zeppelins? Koyuki tilted her head in thought. We recently constructed a manufacturing warehouse specifically for the creation of zeppelins. Our assembly line hasn't been perfected yet, but it's getting to the point where it only takes about 4 months to build a single zeppelin. 4 months is still too long, Gaara said. Wars can end in 4 months. True, but right now, our primary concern is the refugees, right? Koyuki spread her arms as though saying the two issues were mutually exclusive. While her words sounded like a question, she did not give anyone a chance to respond. Right now, I have 10 zeppelins, each of which is capable of carrying 200 people. It takes 15 people to pilot a zeppelin, which means we can ferry a total of 1,850 people to any given destination, provided we have enough fuel. I see where you are going with this. Gaara crossed his arms, furrowed his brow, and nodded several times. We can use the zeppelins right now to move the refugees without forcing them to travel through the minor nations. Technically, they would still be traveling through the minor nations. They'd just be going over it. Koyuki raised one hand above the other, as though imitating how a zeppelin would work. Naruto placed a hand over his mouth to keep from laughing at how silly she looked. The point remains the same, however. Tsunade placed her hands on the table. By flying over the elemental nations, we can avoid any unnecessary battles that might result in civilian and shinobi casualties. Ninja battles were always done in a specific range. While there were a number of ninja who had long-range ninjutsu, very few ninjutsu could extend beyond 100 meters. Naruto had several himself, but he had also mastered the wind, water, lightning, and storm elements. Many of his jutsu were S-ranked, and some were only considered S-rank because there was no rank above that. Only another S-ranked ninja such as Pain, Gaara, Jiraiya, Mei, Konan, and maybe that man who called himself Madara, had that kind of potential. It is a good idea, Gaara said. A magnificent plan, Mei agreed. Koyuki clapped her hands together and smiled. I'm glad you all think so. Yugito raised her hand, suddenly breaking into the conversation, though she appeared uncertain. I don't want to say no, but I'm not too sure I like the idea of separating my people. Is there no way we can avoid this? I'd like us to stay together, if at all possible. The 4 leaders glanced at each other, as though deciding who would be the one to speak first. Eventually, Gaara, Koyuki, and Mei turned to Tsunade. She leaned back upon being placed under the figurative spotlight, but then she sighed and accepted her fate. There is one way, but it isn't very practical, Tsunade admitted. Our economies cannot sustain such a large influx of people, but if we constantly move them around from village to village, it would be possible to keep them for a time of 6 months before they had to move again. However, not only would this make you essentially nomads, it would mean those zeppelins couldn't be used for anything but ferrying all of you to your next location.
I guess it's not very good idea, huh?
Yugito sighed and leaned back in her chair. Her shoulders slumped. Naruto really felt for her. This situation couldn't have been easy. It wasn't easy. However, for Yugito, charged with protecting a displaced people, it was likely harder on her than anyone else. I'm sorry, Yugi, Mei said. In a display that probably would have gotten ridicule from Oonoki, she stood up from her seat, walked up behind Yugito, leaned down, and wrapped her arms around the woman's neck. I know this isn't easy. I wish we could do more, but there are some things that even we can't do. Yugito leaned back into Mei's embrace. I know. It's just hard to accept. While Jiraiya looked like he was going to shit bricks of pure joy, Tsunade and everyone else sans Koyuki and Konan, shifted in their seats. An uncomfortable atmosphere followed the display of affection. Naruto wondered why. He knew many kunoichi who sought comfort with each other instead of a man. Was it because of who they were, or because it was common knowledge that he was sleeping with them both? I guess it doesn't really matter. Tsunade coughed into her hand, and, clearing her throat, said, perhaps in the future, we can work toward the restoration of Kumo. That would certainly solve this problem. However, that is something for the future. For now, let us do what we can. I agree, Gaara said. The gears shifted once again. Mei went back to her seat as the topic changed from what they should do with the displaced people of Kumo to what they should do about the upcoming war. Sadly, nothing really came from this. It wasn't that they didn't want to do something, but that they couldn't. The biggest problems as I see them are these. Gaara held up a hand. We don't know where any of their hidden villages are located, we can't predict when or how they will attack, and we have no idea where pain will strike next. I think our biggest issue is pain, May added. If we could find and eliminate him, it might stop this war before it can really get started. The problem with that is we have no means of tracking him down, Tsunade said. Naruto glanced at Konan as she clenched her hands, arms shaking with raw emotion. Pain had once been her friend, they had grown up together, and she still cherished him as the man once known as Nagato. He couldn't imagine what she must have been feeling. The man she had followed and fought for was now someone she barely recognized. In which case, all we can do is be reactive, Gaara said with a sigh. The minor nations are too spread out for us to fight against them on a united front, and they have no base of operations. That means we can only fight them in separate engagements as each battle happens. This war is going to be a slow one. Is there no method of pursuing a peaceful resolution? Asked Naruto. Everyone turned to him. I know I'm speaking out of turn, but if we sent a letter to the leaders of each hidden village, could we not talk it over with them? We could try that, May said. However, there is a strong possibility that none of them will accept, or they will, but it will just be a pretense for them to get close enough to kill us. There's also the fact that we don't even know where their villages are. We can't send letters to a village we can't locate. For now, I think we should begin preparing for war, Tsunade said. I believe our nations should combine our efforts and learn how to work as a team instead of fighting separately. With your permission, Koyuki, once all of the refugees have been divided among our nations, I would like to use your zeppelins to transport our shinobi to each village, so we can learn how to work together. Consider it done, Koyuki said. Good. Tsunade nodded and addressed everyone once more. Then let us further discuss how we can win this war before too many lives are lost on either side. Zox. Oonoki and his two bodyguards, Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi, were already far from the Three Wolves mountain range. That said, they hadn't come close to leaving the Land of Iron. It was a pain, but they had traveled there on foot, which took a total of 1 week. In order to reach the Land of Earth, where Iwagakure was located, they needed to travel through the Land of Waterfalls, the next nation over. Are you sure we should leave like this? Asked Akatsuchi, his large footsteps creating a resounding crunch. On the snow-covered ground. I feel like we should have at least stayed for the whole meeting. Don't be ridiculous, Akatsuchi, Kurotsuchi rebutted. Why should we stick around and listen to those people, when they clearly want to take advantage of us? I'm not sure that was their reason for calling a summit meeting, Akatsuchi mumbled. Regardless of their reasons, siding with them would not benefit Iwa one bit, Oonoki said. There are things at work here that neither you, nor they, understand. I have my own reasons for not getting involved in this war. Madara, or the man calling himself Madara Uchiha, had appeared before him and told him not to get involved with the other major villages. Of course, just that wouldn't have been enough to convince Oonoki to do or not do something. It was the logic behind those actions that helped him make a decision. War would drastically weaken the 3 remaining major villages. Even if Oonoki believed they would be successful in the end, war always took its toll. Perhaps 1 or 2 of the villages would be destroyed, perhaps none of them would, but even if they weren't, just fighting in a war of this nature would make them vulnerable when the dust settled. Then Iwagakure could move in and conquer the other nations with ease. His 2 bodyguards looked at each other, clearly having no idea what he was talking about. That was fine. They didn't need to know. All they needed to do was follow. The back of his neck tingled. It warned him of danger. Gramps! Kurotsuchi suddenly shouted, but Oonoki was already moving. He leapt backward as several spears shot up from the ground like stakes. Clicking his tongue, Oonoki landed on the ground several meters away. They're using earth ninjutsu against us? Kurotsuchi scoffed. Having leapt into the air to avoid the earth spikes, she soared high above the ground, already in the process of performing a variety of hand seals. What a bunch of idiots. Doten, Doryuso. As she landed on the ground, Kurotsuchi placed her hands against the earth, fingers splayed. Immediately thereafter, a large spike composed of solid rock shot from the ground several meters away. They struck the trees, from which several figures leapt out from. The people who had avoided impalement landed on the ground and began creating more hand seals. Doten, Doskidake. The earth and stone bamboo shoot technique generally involved 4 spears shooting from the ground to skewer an opponent in 4 different directions. There were 4 figures. Each one had cast the same jutsu, which meant that instead of 4 stakes, It was 16. Not that 16 spears made much of a difference. Kurotsuchi, who was their target this time, leapt into the air and avoided the attack entirely. While she was airborne, Akatsuchi went through numerous hand seals, slammed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Doten, Gormu no Jutsu." Almost instantly, a large golem formed out of the earth. First a head appeared, then a neck, followed by a pair of arms. Inch by inch the golem swiftly pulled itself from the ground, until it stood fully formed and more than ready to kill. The golem charged forward. Its target was the man on the far left side of the group. Shinra Tensei. Before the golem could get even close to its intended target, something invisible slammed into it with enough force that the entire creation was blown apart. Oonoki had no idea where the attack came from. He hadn't even been able to sense it. 5 seconds after that attack had been called, the same voice rang out again. Banshu Tenon. In that moment, Akatsuchi suddenly went flying in one direction. It was different from when someone was hit so hard they flew. For one thing, he was moving for forward, not backward. His spine arched as he flew toward a figure standing in front of a tree. Oonoki didn't even have time to warn Akatsuchi before a large hand went straight through his bodyguard's back. Blood spurt from the wound, covering the hand in dark crimson. Much of that blood stained the snow. Akatsuchi gasped and tried to get out from his predicament, but at that moment, the hand spearing through his back retracted. Akatsuchi's feet hit the ground and he stumbled forward. Shinra Tensei. Right into his opponent's technique. There was so much power put into this strange technique that Akatsuchi, who was a mountain of muscle and fat, was sent flying away like he weighed less than a feather. He slammed into a large boulder. The boulder shattered under the force, but Akatsuchi's flight didn't end there. He kept going. He hit the ground hard, rolled several times, and then tumbled to a stop. Clouds of snow were kicked up in his wake. "Akatsuchi," Kurotsuchi shouted. When her partner didn't get up, she turned to glare on the figure. "Damn you." "Wait, Kurotsuchi," Oonoki shouted as his granddaughter rushed at the figure. "That's not a person you can kill on your own. Damn it." He started a chain of hand seals as Kurotsuchi rushed toward the man, who merely raised his hand as though by doing so, he could call upon powers greater than anything conceived by man. Shinra Tens. Jinten, Genkai Hikuri no Jutsu. Before the man had a chance to activate his technique, Oonoki fired off one of his own. Using Dust Release, a powerful Kekkei Toda ability that combined fire, earth, and wind-based chakra to create a pulverizing force, Oonoki prepared a hasty spherical structure with a small sphere of chakra at its center. He didn't bother checking for deformities or mistakes. There was no time. The moment the sphere was formed, he launched it at the man who had slain Akatsuchi. He didn't expect to hit the man. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when the person leapt backward, avoiding both his and Kurotsuchi's attack. What did surprise him was when the man, rather than landing on the ground, hovered several meters above them. A lull in the battle allowed Oonoki to gather his wits. The people who had ambushed them were all gone, leading him to believe that their purpose had been to allow this man to finish them. Now that he was getting a good look at him, the man floating in the air appeared strange. Spiky orange hair. Numerous piercings along his ears, lips, and nose. His cloak was that of Akatsuki, who Oonoki had hired on several occasions. Madara had also worn Akatsuki clothing. The only other thing that stood out were those eyes. Oonoki had never before seen the legendary Samsara eyes. However, as he gazed at those purple orbs with their concentric rings expanding outward, he could only believe that these were the eyes of legend. The Rinnegan. A shiver ran down his spine. "You had better have a good reason for attacking us," Unoka said. "I am here to bring you pain," the man said. "I am the god who has come to punish you, one of the 5 leaders who has allowed those in the minor villages to suffer." Oonoki glared. "I don't know what kind of crap you're spewing, but your boss Madara promised my village immunity." The man, who must have been Pain, pointed both of his hands at Oonoki and Kurotsuchi. "That is not my concern." Shinra Tensei. Oonoki didn't know what sort of attack this was, though it clearly had the ability to push things away. He had no idea how powerful the attack was, what its range was, or even what sort of area effect it had. That was why he ran through a set of hand seals instead of trying to defend. Doten, Kokajutsu. Doten, Magarakur no Jutsu. While Oonoki's body quickly hardened into the same density as stone, Kurotsuchi used the hiding like a mole technique to change the earth into a fine sand and bury herself underneath it. However, there was no guarantee that would protect her. That was why Oonoki rushed over to where she had buried herself, crossed his arms, and braced for impact. He was not prepared for how powerful the technique was. His bones broke with a loud crunch, despite being the same density and hardness as rocks. His insides felt squishy, as though they were being ground into a fine mulch. It didn't matter how much chakra he shoved through his body. The body could only be reinforced so much before it reached its limit, and this Shinra Tensei clearly had more power than the Kokujutsu. Oonoki groaned as he endured the attack to the best of his ability, even as he secretly marveled at the ridiculous power this person possessed. Truly, the Rinnegan was an ability far beyond that of most humans. The attack ended, but Oonoki knew he couldn't relax. He was already performing several hand seals and molding his chakra. He wouldn't let this battle end here. Combining 3 elements was normally difficult. It often took a Kekkei Genkai just to combine 2. However, Oonoki had a natural aptitude for dust release, the Kekkei Tota that only he and his master, the former Tsuchikage, could use. The 3 different chakras mixed inside of him, congealing together before expanding outward through his palms. A thin, transparent structure appeared between his hands, a cylinder with a small orb inside. Oonoki had never attempted to use this attack before, but here, now, he would do it. Jinten, Genkai Hakuri, Hashira. Dust release, detachment of a primitive world, pillar. It was a technique that the previous Tsuchikage had used. Spinning around, Oonoki thrust out his hands, and the cylinder suddenly widened to several times its original size before extending at a rate so quick that even a space-time ninjutsu would have had trouble keeping up with it. It blazed toward the one known as Pain, who floated in the air even now. Before his jutsu could actually hit, someone else appeared in front of Pain. It was another figure wearing the Akatsuki cloak. He held out his hands as though seeking to push the technique away. Oonoki snorted. How foolish. This was one of the strongest dust release attacks known to man. There was no way. What? Oonoki could only gape as his jutsu was absorbed? The cylinder that he had created distorted at the end, bending inward as if a black hole had appeared and was sucking everything into it. It was not long before his technique, the jutsu he had spent so much time and chakra and injury preparing, was gone. This shouldn't be, An intense pain speared through Oonoki's back, which would have made him stumble, except for the fact that he couldn't move. Something was holding him. He looked down as his vision blurred out of focus. Red. It was the first thing he saw. Crimson flowed down a metal rod that had come out of his chest. He blinked several times as he tried to come to terms with what his eyes were telling him. Looking behind him, Oonoki discovered that there was a person standing there. Like the one calling himself Pain, this man had orange hair, pale skin, and numerous piercings. Also like Pain, this man had Rinnegan eyes gazing at him with an impassive expression. What is going on here? Was what he wanted to ask, but blood welled up in his lungs, leaving him incapable of even that much. Another figure appeared in front of him. Like the other 2, this one had a face full of piercings and Rinnegan eyes. Before Oonoki even had a chance to open his mouth, the man in front of him placed a hand on his head, and all of his muscles suddenly seized up. Oonoki knew no more after that. Zox. It all started years ago when that demon brat, Naruto, somehow learned an A-rank ninjutsu without any training. Since that day, the day where he had been defeated and humiliated by that little shit, Mizuki had wallowed in the Konoha strict correctional facility. His days had been spent laboring away, getting into fights, and trying not to let himself be killed. This facility, which contained only Konoha's most vicious criminals and enemies, didn't allow the weak to live. Every day had been a struggle for him. All that would end today. Mizuki sat in the cafeteria with the rest of the inmates. It was a sea of orange, a most obnoxious color if there ever was one. With him were his 2 subordinates, Fujin and Raijin, a pair of large twins whose brains were only about 1/millionth the size of their overly massive bodies. They were dumber than a box of rocks. However, what they lacked in brain they made up for in brawn. 2 years ago, during an inspection of the facilities by Special Ops Director and Council Elder, Danzo, Mizuki had been approached and given a choice: join him and get revenge or remain in prison. Naturally, he had chosen revenge. Danzo had promised to help him get even with that demon brat. In return, Mizuki would help him take over Konoha. It was a win-win situation. For these past 2 years, Mizuki had been slowly gathering allies. That wasn't as hard as it sounded. None of the inmates wanted to be there. They were there because Konoha had captured, found them guilty, and sentenced them to spend the rest of their lives in this sweltering hellhole. Everyone wanted to escape, and once he had established himself as the leader, convincing them to follow him was easy. He already had several of their men positioned for the takeover. Danzo had been helping them prepare for this day. They had a large number of sealing scrolls filled with weapons, and they also had their secret weapon. Mizuki didn't think they would need it. Except for the warden, all of the ninja guarding this prison were chunin. The only thing that protected these guards from being killed was the fact that this prison was isolated on an island that could be completely separated at the push of a button. That was actually what Mizuki was waiting for. One of his men had gone to dispose of the warden. Once that happened, he would sound the alarm, which would signify their time to strike. Hey, Mizuki boss, when are we gonna get out of here? Asked Raijin. I want to eat food in the outside world, Fujin agreed. Patience, Mizuki said. We need to wait until. Just then, a loud alarm blared through a series of speakers, resounding across the cafeteria. All of the guards stationed by the doors looked up. From the nonplussed expression they wore, confusion was the most prominent emotion they were feeling, which made sense. The alarm was only supposed to be used in the event of a breakout attempt. While the guards were confused, none of the inmates were. They stood as one. They moved as one. They attacked as one. The guards didn't even have a chance to realize the danger until it was too late. The breakout had begun. Despite their surprise, the Konoha ninja were quick to respond to the threat. Hand seals were made, fireballs spewed from mouths, incinerating some of the weaker inmates, earth spikes shot from the ground and impaled several other inmates, water slammed inmates into walls, breaking bones and damaging organs. Yet while many inmates died, their bodies mangled and grotesque, the stronger ones survived, and they had a secret weapon. The first to change was an inmate on Mizuki's left. He released a shout and clenched his hands, skin becoming blistering red, muscles bulging as blood cells pumped through it. An intense aura engulfed him. Fur sprouted from his body. Black with white, jagged stripes. Feet shifted, transforming into U-shaped horseshoes, while his legs gained an extra joint. His ears moved from the sides of his head to the top, and his face elongated to become more akin to a muzzle. With a strange sound that was half human roar and half neigh, the man galloped toward a kunoichi performing the hand seals for a fire jutsu. Her body broke when the man rammed her into and then through a wall. Another inmate, a buff woman who had transformed into a tigress, tore one of the shinobi near her apart with sharpened claws. Blood gushed from the 5 cuts, which were deep enough that they had torn through muscle and bone like a knife cutting through wet tissues. The man's body literally peeled backwards like the layers of an onion as he fell to the ground with a wet thump. Mizuki didn't bother fighting any of the ninja inside of the cafeteria. Grunts like this were supposed to be disposed of by other grunts like the ninja under his command. He traveled outside with Raijin and Fujin. As his feet crunched against the ground, Mizuki looked around to see that he wasn't the only one who had thought of going outside. Several other inmates seemed to have had the same idea as him. To his left, up on the wall, a shinobi dressed in the outfit of a guard was being torn apart by a woman who had transformed into a strange mammal with claws. She wasn't the only one. Shinobi whose bodies had transformed into various vicious animals had leapt onto the wall and were attacking the guard forces. The Konoha ninja were being torn apart. Blood was raining through the air. Miyuki ignored the carnage and headed for the entrance. The bridge that connected this triangle-shaped island had yet to extend. There was a small booth located right next to the currently defunct gate. No one was there when he looked into it, except for the dead head warden, who lay on the floor, face down, with a kunai buried in his back. After climbing into the booth, Mizuki pressed a button on one of the consoles. The button flashed into a bright green. There was a noise not unlike 2 large sheets of steel grinding together. Outside of the booth, near the entrance, a large bridge extended at a slow and steady pace. Mizuki went back outside and watched the bridge extend with a satisfied grin. What do we do now, Mizuki boss? Asked Fujin. Now? Mizuki's grin widened. Now we let Danzo know that we've secured the prison. He'll take care of the rest. Zox. Danzo was sitting in his darkened office when one of his root ninja appeared before him, kneeling on the floor, head bowed. This sort of deference was what all ninjas should strive to show. It was too bad so many Konoha ninja did not show this sort of respect, but that would change in the next few days. Speak, he commanded. The ninja kneeling on the ground did so. We have received a message from Mizuki in the correctional facility. He says they have successfully secured the prison and are now getting ready to invade Konoha. Excellent. You may go now. The shinobi kneeling on the ground disappeared. Torune. Fu. Two figures appeared on the floor before him. Both looked like regular Anbu Black Ops, with their tan cloaks and animal face masks, but they were actually ninja who Danzo had personally selected to be his bodyguards for their exceptional abilities. Danzo stood up and moved around his desk as he gave them orders. Fu, inform Homura and Koharu that they are to meet me in the Hokage's office. Torune, send out the letters that I have prepared for all of the clans and important shinobi. His cane tapped against the floor, the sound echoing around him, as he walked down the hall. His base of operations was located underneath Konoha. He had taken the many networks, which had once been a bunker in case Konoha was attacked, and converted them into a large base filled with over 1,000 members of Root, the organization that had been founded by the Nidaime Hokage. He walked past large support pillars and traveled up several flights of stairs. He didn't walk with a glacial slowness, but he didn't allow himself to hurry. There was still time before Mizuki's forces inside of the prison came this way. Also, there was nothing he could do until the prisoners attacked Konoha. He needed them to wreak havoc on the village. It would lend credence to his reason for calling a meeting. It took almost 30 minutes to reach the Hokage Tower, and by the time he arrived, he could see the beginnings of a fire spreading from the north gate. It looked like Mizuki's forces had actually been faster than he thought. They must have been using the seals that he had given them. Fools. Those seals would only serve to shorten their lifespan. It would also leave them exhausted, though that was none of his concern. They were just pawns in the grand scheme of things. Arriving at the tower, Danzo went straight up to the Hokage's office. Homura and Koharu were already there. They greeted him with a respectful bow, which he returned with a nod. Although they were compatriots, Danzo did not see them as his equal, so there was no need to show them the same respect they gave him. He didn't sit in the Hokage chair. He wanted to. However, now was not the right time. Once his plan went through and he became the new Hokage, then, and only then, would he sit in that chair. One by one ninja trickled into the office. Some of them were from prominent ninja clans such as Hyashi Hyuga and Sume Inuzuka, but there were others who did not belong to any clan. Genma and Anko, Asuma and Kurenai. All of the top jounin currently inside of Konoha had assembled alongside the clan heads. There were even the Anbu captains like Usagi, aka Yugao Uzuki. This situation couldn't have been more perfect. Danzo, what the hell is going on? Asked Sume. What makes you think you can call us all here? You aren't a part of Konoha's military anymore. That is true, Danzo conceded. However, considering the situation, I thought it best to bring everyone together and inform you about what is happening. We already know what's happening, said Shikaku Nara. He was the head of the Nara clan, and a member of the Ino-Shikacho trio. He had 2 scars running along the right side of his face, and his black hair had the same pineapple shape as his son's. The normally lazy appearance in his eyes was gone. Someone is attacking our village. Indeed, but do you know who? Shikaku fell silent at his question and Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. I just received a report that the Konoha Correctional Facility was taken over by the prisoners locked away there. What? Sume barked out in surprise. How is that even possible? The correctional facility is one of the most secure locations in Konoha, I know. Danzo feigned a grave voice, as if this was every bit as surprising to him. I have no idea how they managed to take over the prison, or what they are doing here. What I do know is that we cannot let them harm Konoha. You're right, Choza Akimichi said. Now isn't the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. If you called us here, does that mean you have a plan to deal with this situation? Asked Hyashi. I do. Danzo reached up and slowly removed the bandages covering his face. He wouldn't normally reveal his trump card like this, but he couldn't afford to do this one at a time. All present needed to be trapped with the first jutsu. His plan would fail otherwise. Everyone watched him in shock. They didn't seem to know what he was doing, or even think that he might be preparing something for them. By the time he had unwound all of the bandages and revealed his Sharingan eye, it was too late. I'm going to have to ask all of you to become my pawns. Koto Amatsukami. Zox. Mizuki had been separated from Fujin and Raijin, which didn't bother him one bit. Those two were pretty incompetent the best of times. Fujin often mistook people for food, and Raijin had once tried to eat a rock. That was pretty indicative of their intelligence. His task was simple. Located around Konoha were several Hiraishin seals. These seals were what allowed the demon brat to instantly teleport to any location in Konoha. Before he and Tsunade caught wind of what was happening here, Mizuki was supposed to disrupt the seals, ensuring that Naruto couldn't just Hiraishin in to save the day. It still galled Mizuki that the demon brat had mastered the Hiraishin, which was a legendary jutsu. Not only had it been created by the Nidaime Hokage, but the Yondaime had mastered it to the point where he near single-handedly won the Third Shinobi War. It was a jutsu that people like Mizuki only dreamt of mastering. There were over 50 Hiraishin seals set up all throughout the village. Fortunately, Danzo and his root ninja had spared no effort when it came to locating the seals. It helped that Naruto wasn't allowed to place seals somewhere without express permission from the Hokage. Mizuki wandered through the village, checking each spot designated on the map given to him by Danzo a few months back. Chaos reigned all around him. Meters away, a man and a woman were butchered by one of the inmates, a lithe female who tore into them like a cat. Considering she was covered in fur and had cat-like ears thanks to the transformation seals, it was an apt descriptor. She wasn't the only one. Up ahead, a man whose body was covered in scales was terrorizing the woman of a small shop, and even further down, more transformed inmates were slaughtering people. It won't be long before Konoha's forces mobilize. The plan that Danzo had laid out to him was a rather simple one. The inmates would destroy the Konoha Correctional Facility and make their way to Konoha, where they would attack and terrorize the citizens. Then Konoha's ninja would mobilize. Their forces would kill all of the inmates before they had a chance to escape, and he would make his way to the root headquarters. None of the inmates had known about that last part. Naturally, they wouldn't have gone along with this plan if they had. Only Mizuki knew the truth. That was because only he was worthy of becoming a member of Root. Danzo had recognized his talents. The man had praised him on his desire to rid Konoha of the demon brat, telling him that he shared the same desire. That was why, once Danzo took over Konoha and became Hokage, they would kill Naruto Uzumaki. It took almost an hour to locate all of the seals. By that time, Konoha had already begun their counterattack. Even as he snuck around, Mizuki watched as several Chunin, Jonin, and Onbu fought against the seal-enhanced inmates. Fire spewed from the mouth of a ninja on the roof, small pellets that attacked a cat-like inmate. The inmate's fur was lit ablaze. While they were screaming, two more ninja came in and attacked simultaneously, one going for the chest and the other going straight for the jugular. Despite being enhanced by the seal, the inmate was cut open like a wood being split apart by a katana. Mizuki didn't let this bother him and proceeded to his next destination, the Namikaze estate. That was where the last seal was located. The Namikaze estate was the residence where the Yondaime Hokage had resided with his wife. During the Kyubi attack, the estate had been destroyed, but the Sandaime Hokage had it rebuilt to honor the fallen Hokage, or so everyone was led to believe. Mizuki now believed it had been rebuilt for the demon brat. Mizuki quickly rushed up to the estate. It was quiet. All of the fighting was happening in the village proper, not the so-called noble district. In fact, it was oddly quiet here. While Mizuki hadn't expected there to be any battling, he thought there should have been more people. Where were all the Hyuga that should have been guarding their estate? The place seemed practically empty. He reached the Namikaze estate and walked through the front gate. Just like Danzo had told him, there were no seals this far in. However, there was supposedly one on the front door, which could be deactivated with a slip of sealing paper that Danzo had given him. Peering at the door, he couldn't detect anything that might suggest this door was trapped with a powerful seal, but he knew better than to just assume. Assumptions had been what had gotten him into this mess to begin with. He reached into his ninja pouch, which he had stolen from the head warden, and pulled out a slip of paper. It was slightly crumpled, but the seal on it was clearly visible, a large circle with various kanji written along the sides, followed by another, smaller circle that had even more kanji. There was a T-shaped symbol inside of the smaller circle. It was also made up of kanji. Mizuki didn't know anything about seals. However, a person didn't need to be an expert to know how to use one. Kai, he shouted, channeling chakra into the seal and pressing it against the door. A momentary flash of light nearly blinded him, but then a large seal spread across the door. It wasn't the one that he had placed on it. This one was far more complicated, an intricate carving of lines that obeyed no form of geometry. What is this? Mizuki wouldn't get an answer to his question, because in that instant, every nerve ending in his body came alive. Pain slammed into him without mercy. His body felt like it was being boiled from the inside out, like his insides were being fried by lightning. It hurt. It hurt so much. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came out. His trachea had already been burnt to the point where he could no longer breathe. He couldn't see anymore. It felt like his eyes had been boiled and were now gushing down his face as ooze. He could practically feel smoke rising from them as his eyeballs were cooked from the inside out. With one final plea inside of his mind, a desperate cry for help, Mizuki died. Zox. Steam wafted from the cooling corpse. A disgusting scent drifted off it, the insidious of burnt flesh and hair follicles. It was an acrid scent that made even Torune wrinkle his nose as he used Shunshine to appear in front of the Namikaze estate, along with 3 other Root Onbu. One of the Onbu with him, a young Kunoichi whose face was, like his own, hidden behind a mask, went up to the door. She was their sealing expert. While Naruto Namikaze's ability in sealing was far beyond anything she could accomplish, she at least had enough knowledge and talent to spot traps. "It's clear," she said. "It looks like our assumption was correct. This was a one-time use seal. We're also lucky that the seal Mizuki used destroyed the alarm seal. Otherwise, Naruto Namikaze would have been alerted to what's happening." Mizuki had been led to believe that he was going to become a member of Root, but the truth was that Danzo would never allow a traitor like him into their ranks. He had simply been a pawn. His entire purpose in this had been breaking the inmates out of prison and deactivating the seal being used on this door. "Are there any other seals?" "Negative." With nothing holding them back, Torune ordered his squadron inside. A narrow passage greeted them, a small hallway that soon opened into a large living space. Torune glanced at the comfortable sofas and other amenities. Everything was nice and tidy. However, there were a few areas that seemed, not out unkept, but more like a purposeful mess. An article of clothing here, a picture frame there, and... Is that a piece of lingerie hanging from the ceiling? He stared at the ceiling fan for several long seconds before realizing that, yes, there was a racy piece of black lingerie hanging from the ceiling. He shook his head and ordered everyone to split up. Their goal was to find anything they could that might help them learn to either control Naruto Namikaze or, should that not happen, destroy him. Torune could only hypothesize that Naruto presented a threat to Danzo, or perhaps Konoha as a whole. He had nothing personal against the Namikaze heir, but it was his duty to see this through. They all split up and searched the area. Torune went specifically to Naruto's bedroom. However, other than finding several different sets of women's clothing, including underwear, lingerie, and a variety of sex toys hidden inside one of the drawers beneath a rather risque nightie, he didn't find anything. "Captain." The female Root member saluted. "We found something." "Show me," he said without much inflection. The Root member, whose name was Harrow, led him to a door. It didn't look any different from any other door. Black wood. Lightly polished. Well maintained. Its basic characteristics were the same as every other door they passed. However, "There are seals all over this door," Harrow said. "I've only been able to find 12, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were even more." "Can you break them?" Harrow shook her head. "If it was each of these seals on their own, I'm confident that I could. But these seals are so intricately entwined that I would have to break all of them within a specific sequence. It also looks like there's a timer that activates once an attempt has been made. If you can't undo every seal within the time limit, all of the remaining seals activate. I'm not sure what they do, but my instincts tell me they're deadly." Torune took this information in, his face passive. While someone else might have gotten angry, Torune merely thought about this situation logically. That was how members of Root were trained. "It looks like there is nothing we can do about this," he said. "Leave it alone for now. We'll have Danzo-sama give us orders in regards to this later." "Yes, sir." Torune searched the house for a little while longer, but neither he nor his subordinates found anything. Whatever was hidden in this estate, it was clearly only going to be found behind that door. Zox. The summit meeting was winding to a close. They had conversed about most of the main topics that Tsunade had called this meeting to discuss. Now it was just a matter of bringing everything to a close. It had been decided that Yugito would be in charge of helping the refugees staying in Konoha settle down. This was done mostly because of her relationship with Naruto. Since she and Naruto were dating, and it was an accepted fact that she would marry him at some point, it was considered the best solution possible. Mei did not like that idea. She had tried to convince Yugito to stay in Kiri with her. However, Yugito wouldn't be swayed. So, Samui will be traveling to Kiri with the refugees to help everyone settle down there. Meanwhile, Ichiya and Kazuyuri will go to the Land of Spring and Suna respectively. Koyuki coughed into her hand. I'll split up my current zeppelins and have them ferry everyone all at once. We're going to need them for the war, so we should transport the refugees as quickly as possible. It sounds like we have a plan in place, then, Tsunade said. We'll also transport ninja from Konoha to each nation, and when the zeppelins return, a battalion of ninja from each of our nations will be transported back, Mei said, wearing the kind of devious smirk that generally spoke of trouble. Don't worry. We know. Right. Tsunade nodded. I suppose you do. In that case, let's. Everyone stopped talking as it crashed into them, a killing intent that flooded the room, that choked those who were unused to being subjected to it. Naruto reacted immediately to shield Koyuki from the effects. She was the only one who couldn't resist this intent. He placed a hand on her shoulder and flooded her body with chakra. During that time, all of the Kijis and their bodyguards also stood up and readied themselves for combat. They didn't have to wait long. It came down from above, a black flame that raged like hellfire. It slammed into the table without mercy, raging like a beast, incinerating all it touched. Naruto grabbed Koyuki and leapt out of the way, while the others all jumped back. Jiraiya reached into his pouch as he moved. Pulling out a scroll, one that Naruto himself had created, he set it on the floor and slammed his hand into it. Foon. Seals spread out from the scroll. They expanded, growing and snaking out, snatching the flames before they could burn anything else. The black flames fought against this attempt to ensnare them, but the seal was more powerful. More chakra had been poured into it. Thus, with a final shriek as though cursing the one who sealed it away, the flames vanished into the scroll. That was merely a prelude. Naruto had already sensed the movement behind him. The burst of killing intent was precise this time, unlike the indiscriminate attack from before. This attack was clearly aimed at taking him out. Naruto replaced himself in Koyuki with a log. At that moment, Sasuke Uchiha descended from the ceiling, his body wreathed in black flames. He slammed into the log before realizing what had happened. In that time, Naruto got Koyuki to safety, and then he activated Kurama's power. No red chakra bubbled out from his body, however. Instead, what happened was a giant golden fist erupted from Naruto's back and slammed into Sasuke, who barely had time to cross his arms before the attack struck. CSSHHHTTT. Sasuke slammed into the wall on the opposite end of the room with a sound not unlike someone banging on a drum. It echoed around the room as splinters spread from the point of impact. Naruto reared the fist back once more, and then he slammed it back into Sasuke again, harder this time. The wall exploded. Sasuke disappeared through the hole as he was sent flying. Naruto, without waiting for orders, chased after him. Hey, Naruto! Wait! He heard Tsunade's shout, but Naruto was already on the move. He couldn't let Sasuke get away. I don't know what's going on here, but he used Koyuki to attack me. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sasuke, today might be the day I kill you. Zox. Tsunade growled as Naruto disappeared. What did that brat think he was doing, running off like this again? Hadn't she already scolded him for doing that before when Yugao had been kidnapped? She had, and this jerk was, once again, going off and doing his own thing without awaiting orders. She was 2 steps toward the massive hole that Naruto had made in the wall when, without warning, something appeared in front of her. Swirling black miasma gathered in front of the hole. Tsunade stopped in her tracks as someone appeared from within it. Black cloak with red clouds. Orange mask with a swirl pattern. It was Madara. Uchiha, Konan whispered in shock. Konan, Madara said in a cheery voice. It's so good to see you. I see you've been doing well. What do you want? Asked Tsunade. She was already preparing to fight. It didn't matter if this person was Madara Uchiha. There was no way he could fight against several cage-level opponents at the same time. I didn't come here to fight, Madara said, and Tsunade thought she could hear the grin in his voice. I merely came to talk, and see if perhaps you and I could come to an accord. Zox. Naruto frowned as he burst through the hole and followed the destruction his attack had made. Another hole had been made in the last wall, which led to the outside world. Naruto rushed over to the hole and peered outside. He didn't see any sign of Sasuke. Did that mean he had run? A shift in the atmosphere behind him made Naruto spin around. Sasuke was there, in front of him, and he was covered in a strange purple ribcage made of chakra. Before Naruto knew what was happening, something powerful struck him with enough force that he was launched clear outside of the building. The air around him whistled as Naruto twisted his body around, flipping over so he would land on his feet. He would hit the nearest roof and use the built-up energy in his legs to push himself back toward the building. As if sensing his intent, Sasuke leapt out of the wall and charged at him. Black flames leapt from his right eye. Naruto clicked his tongue. Since he was in mid-air, he couldn't dodge, and there was nothing out here that he could replace himself with. In that case, a kunai appeared in his left hand with a flick of his wrist. Tri-pronged. Covered in seals. It was his Hiraishin kunai, which he tossed into the air. Seconds before the black flames could hit him, he Hiraishined to his kunai, and then tossed it again, at Sasuke this time. His goal was to pulverize Sasuke with a Rasengan before the boy had a chance to do anything. He wasn't expecting Sasuke to turn around immediately after he appeared. What? Naruto grimaced as he blocked a kick from Sasuke. The attack normally wouldn't have hurt, but that strange ribcage seemed to be giving his attacks extra power. What's more, his eyes were different than what Naruto remembered. No longer did they have three tomoe. It looked like a black three-bladed shuriken inside of a six-pointed star. Black lines ran through the red star, connecting the 6 inner points and intersecting with the shuriken. It was. What the fuck sort of Sharingan is that? Asked Naruto as he leapt back. He landed on the wall of the summit building and went through several hand seals. He molded his chakra into his palm, and then spread his hands in front of him. Ranten, Sen. A bright beam of white chakra shot from his hands, fizzling and crackling with repressed energy and power. The wall beneath his feet cracked as he was pushed into it. Naruto clicked his tongue as he realized that his jutsu was too powerful to be used unless it was on solid ground. I won't be able to make as powerful as I want. Susanoo. Sasuke's shout preluded the ribcage around him becoming more solidified. The once ethereal purple became a more solid color. Naruto frowned as his attack slammed into it and was nullified. Sasuke has become a lot more powerful. It looked like he had gained the Mangekyo Sharingan, though the variation was different from what he remembered of that Madara impersonator. It also didn't seem to have the same abilities. Did that mean every Mangekyo Sharingan was different? Naruto didn't know, and he had a feeling that he would find out the hard way. Since his attack wasn't doing any damage, Naruto stopped. He then leapt to the side as black fire encased the spot where he had been standing. Grimacing as he realized that their battle was damaging the Land of Iron's property, Naruto tried to think of a way he could win without using any of his more powerful techniques. Do I have anything that won't destroy this entire building? No. Oh oi. What kind of answer is that? The only kind. Your powers are too destructive to use here, and it looks like that Uchiha brat isn't going to be beaten by your weaker attacks. Then what should I do? Why are you asking me? I'm just a mass of chakra. You're no help at all. Naruto tisked when several smaller pellets of black fire flew from Sasuke's eyes. It was a tad creepy seeing fire come from someone's eyeballs, but that was neither here nor there. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto pulled out a large scroll, which he unfurled with a flourish. Unlike Jiraiya, who set his on the ground, Naruto kept it in the air. He made a one-handed hand seal, and then slammed his hand into the scroll. Foon. Kai. A mass of chains shot out from the scroll, though if one actually looked closely enough, they would have seen that these weren't true chains. Composed entirely of golden chakra, each chain was created by several million seals combined together into a solid form. The chains wrapped around the black fire and pulled it into the scroll, sealing it. During the time Naruto was putting out the fire, Sasuke had descended toward him like an avenging angel. Sparks emitted from his right hand. The sound of 1,000 chirping birds filled the air. Chidori. Sasuke thrust his hand forward, but he only hit the wall. Naruto used the Hiraishin to once more teleport away from his attacker. The wall that Sasuke stood on was decimated. It caved inward, exploding and sending shards of cement in all directions. Naruto frowned even more. If they kept this up, that building wouldn't survive. We need to get away from here. Oi! Sasuke! Your attacks are pretty pathetic, aren't they? Sasuke twitched. Naruto grinned. You're gonna have to do better than that if you want to kill me. With that, Naruto leapt away from the building and took off, leaping over the walls as he traveled out of the three wolves. He turned his head to look behind him. Sasuke was on his tail. Good. Once they were safely away from this place, he could go all out. Sasuke wasn't going to know what hit him. Zox. Tsunade couldn't tell if she had heard this bastard right. You want us to come to an accord? What? Like, you want to make a deal with us? That's right. Came the simple response. And why should we do that? Asked Mei. Her long hair swished as she stepped forward and glared at Madara. Her face was set in a grim mask, and her eyes seemed to hold more vitriol than Tsunade thought possible. Madara spread his arms wide. Because I'm offering you a chance to end this war before it starts, of course. Everyone stilled. None of them knew what to make of this. Was he being serious? Was he lying? What sort of tricks did this man have up his sleeve? What do you mean when you say end the war before it starts? Asked Jiraiya. I mean that pain has become a problem for me, Madara remarked. He's too rebellious now. I can no longer control his actions. That is why I'm offering you this chance. I will help you kill him. No deal. Tsunade didn't even need to think about it. We have no reason to trust you, and even if we did agree to help you, I'm sure it would only benefit you in the end. That's really too bad, Madara said, though he didn't seem to beat up about her refusal. I guess I'll be leaving then. Almost as if to contradict those words, a large wall of sand flew around Madara. Gaara, standing exactly where he had been this whole time, glared daggers at the man in the cloak. His left hand was extended, fingers splayed wide. He wasn't the only one who was blocking Madara's retreat. Mei had fixed the hole in the wall with her lava ninjutsu, and even Yugito and Jiraiya were preparing their respective attacks. While Yugito had her two-tailed cloak on, Jiraiya had spread a sealing scroll along the ground. Did you really think we would let you get away? Asked Gaara, though he didn't give Madara any time to respond. Sabaku so-so. The jutsu was uttered. Gaara clenched his hand into a fist. The sand around Madara enclosed on him, squeezing him, crushing him, or that was the plan. Nothing of the sort happened. There was no blood or cry of anguish, almost as if the person who had been trapped wasn't even there. Are you quite finished? Madara asked as he walked through Gaara's jutsu like a ghost. Because if so, then I'd really appreciate you letting me leave. There's no way we're going to do that, Jiraiya said. Fuinjutsu, Jikan Kankaku Fun. The seal lit up for a brief moment, and then the light faded. Nothing seemed to happen. Tsunade knew better, however, as Jiraiya wouldn't have used a seal in such a flagrant manner if it didn't do anything. Her suspicions were confirmed with Madara's next words. I see. That seal blocks me from using my time-space ninjutsu to leave this place. That's right, Jiraiya said, grinning. Naruto developed it after you and he faced off. He analyzed your space-time ninjutsu and created a seal that would counter it. But it's not perfect, is it? Madara responded. As if to emphasize this point, a massive glob of lava spat from Mei's mouth traveled right through him. I can still use space-time ninjutsu. I just can't leave. So? Jiraiya shrugged. Konan has already told us the weakness of your space-time defense. It's only a matter of time before you die. Madara looked around at everyone present. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, Mei smiled beatifically, Gaara and his siblings were already prepared to attack, and Yugito, Konan, and the two bodyguards from Kiri had readied themselves as well. Only the samurai, Mifune and his two bodyguards, were not preparing to fight. He took all this in. Though she couldn't see his mask, Tsunade believed he must have been feeling stressed. Well, it does look like I'm in trouble. As he spoke, several creatures shifted out of the ground, phasing through it as though they were intangible. White monsters shaped like a man. Deformed, plant-like protrusions jutting from their bodies. These were those Zetsu clones that had been mentioned in the reports that covered the attack on Konoha. There must have been several dozen of them. Just kidding, Murata said seconds before the Zetas attacked. Zox. I think this is far enough. Naruto sensed danger behind him and, spinning around to confront it, he swerved along in the snow, zigzagging to avoid the black fireballs launched his way. There was no heat emitted from those flames, but that didn't surprise him. The black flames of Amaterasu were not normal. They didn't burn like normal flames, though they consumed everything in their path. Not one to let any sort of fire attack defeat him, Naruto tossed his kunai and Hiraishin several meters above the ground. He tossed it again, at Sasuke this time, and created several hand seals. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 1 kunai became 21 kunai. As the mass of projectile weaponry hurtled toward his foe, Naruto took out another kunai and tossed it at the ground a meter behind his enemy. Sasuke didn't even bother dodging. His right eye blazed and a massive wall of fire appeared before the kunai, incinerating all of them. Naruto Hiraishin to the kunai behind Sasuke, and then rushed forward, snow spraying everywhere. He created 2 Rasengans, one in each hand, and charged at the Uchiha with the intent of finishing him. All it would take was a single Rasengan to the head. Chidori Senbone. Dozens upon dozens of small electric senbone needles flew from Sasuke's left hand. Clicking his tongue, Naruto let his Rasengans disperse and went through a set of hand seals. The hairs on his arm stood on end as he channeled more chakra through them. Suten, Tatsumaki. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and, before the senbone could get close to him, the earth split apart and a massive tornado of water erupted from the large cracks. The senbone struck the water, but they didn't go through it. Rather, the lightning nature chakra was absorbed into the water. Sparks emitted from it, skittering across the surface in a serpentine manner. Keeping one hand on the ground, Naruto performed several one-handed hand seals. Ranten, Rai Tatsumaki. The tornado moved forward, traveling swiftly over the ground, destroying everything around it. Chunks of earth were ripped from the ground. Snow swirled around the tornado, increasing its size as the lightning melted it. Before too long, the entire thing nearly tripled in size. It was a towering mass of barely constrained energy, and it was heading right for Sasuke. It engulfed the former Konoha ninja, or at least, that was how it appeared. Naruto narrowed his eyes when his jutsu dispersed, revealing that nothing was there. There wasn't even a destroyed log, which meant Sasuke hadn't replaced himself. Then what? An illusion? Naruto stopped all the chakra traveling through his body. Then he opened the floodgates and allowed his chakra to surge forth much like the tornado had before. The moment he did, Sasuke appeared right in front of him, a crackling blade of electricity in his hands. Chidori. Naruto leapt back to avoid the attack, but then Sasuke shouted Izo. And the attack in his hand elongated. Fortunately, Naruto was quick to react. He tossed another Hiraishin kunai and used it to get out of the way. Sadly, the Chidori variation followed him, forcing him to Hiraishin again and again and again. How is he tracking me? It can't be with his Sharingan. Not even a Mangekyo can track my movements. I proved that during my fight with Madara. Since Hiraishin wasn't working, Naruto decided to just take the attack head on. He channeled wind chakra into his fist and punched the lightning jutsu. Senpuken. The Chidori Izo dispersed. It disappeared like leaves flung away by a fierce gale. I see you've gotten a lot stronger, Naruto said as he and Sasuke stood meters apart, glaring at each other. What sort of Deus Ex Machina power-up allowed you to gain so much power, huh? An ugly smirk appeared on Sasuke's face. Do you really think I'd tell you that? You're already dead. Naruto frowned. That's an awfully arrogant state. His danger senses blared. Naruto leapt to the side as a massive sword that he recognized, the Kubikiri Haucho, nearly cut him in half. The attack was so close that he could feel the wind being cut. Holding onto the weapon was a boy with white hair and shark-like teeth. His left arm, the one holding the Kubikiri, was grotesquely larger than the right. Hey! Looks like I missed, the boy said. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Naruto would never get the chance to ask what the boy meant because something slammed into his back a second later, or tried to. Naruto felt the attack before it hit. He spun around and shoved a Rasengan into what looked like a massive axe formed out of a person's arm. He expected his Rasengan to drill right through the axe, which was why he became surprised when nothing of the sort happened. Sparks emitted from the arm as both he and his opponent were launched backward. Amaterasu. Naruto was forced to use Hiraishin again when Sasuke's black flames tried to consume him. Yet that didn't solve his problem. Sasuke and the sword wielder, who Naruto now recognized as Suigetsu, attacked him in tandem, one with Kubikiri Haucho and the other with the Kusanagi. The Kubikiri came in high. The Kusanagi low. It was a perfectly timed two-prong attack. Not just anyone could dodge it. Good thing he wasn't just anyone. Vanishing as he used Hiraishin once again, Naruto was confronted by an insanely laughing man with orange hair. This must have been Hugo. The young man's arm had transformed from an axe into what appeared to be a massive pillar with strange protrusions running lengthwise along it. Naruto didn't know what they were, but he soon realized what they did when gusts of air blasted from them and increased the speed and power of Hugo's punch. There was no way Naruto could compete with that attack head-on. That was why he didn't take it head-on. He used Shunshin to move away, though he didn't move far. Sasuke and Suigetsu would have attacked him if he did. He instead stuck close to Hugo. Placing a hand on his opponent's shoulder, Naruto tagged him with a Hiraishin seal. Then, without warning, he channeled wind chakra through his other hand and slammed it into the man's back. His attack normally would have gone right through. Normally. What the? Naruto scowled when his wind blade didn't pierce Hugo's back all the way to his chest. Sure, it went through a little, enough that a trail of blood was leaking out, but nothing more than that. Just what the hell is his skin made of? De. Hugo screamed as he spun around and tried to backhand Naruto. The attack missed when Naruto leapt away from him, mostly missed. A gust of wind from the force of Hugo's attack struck Naruto in the face and made him stumble. Suigetsu tried to take advantage of his stumble and, coming in hot, he swung Kubikiri Haucho as though it weighed less than a feather. Naruto turned his stumble into a roll. That allowed him to avoid the attack, though he still felt the sword swish overhead. Before it could fully pass, he touched it with 2 fingers, also tagging it with a seal. Then he placed both hands on the ground and kicked Suigetsu in the chest. Ow! Suigetsu rubbed his sore chest as he, Sasuke, and Hugo surrounded Naruto on 3 sides. That really hurt. Hey, I had no idea you were so strong. Guess I should have expected that from a Namikaze. Team Taka, Naruto said, scowling. I hadn't realized Sasuke was so afraid to fight me that he'd rely on you. Don't think your taunts will work on me, Sasuke said. I'm not the same person that I was a few months ago. I've changed. I've grown stronger now, smarter, and I'm willing to use whatever is at my disposal to kill you. Sasuke's lips twisted into a sickening grin. And then I'll destroy Konoha too. Naruto clicked his tongue, flicked his wrists, and, as 2 kunai were ejected from the sleeves of his hari, he caught them in his hand before taking a stance. If you think you have what it takes to defeat me, then you are sorely mistaken, Naruto declared. I'll prove to you that even when surrounded, you're still no match for me. Zox. Yugito growled as she stood side by side with Mei Terumi, while they both defended Koyuki from harm. Her claws sliced into white Zetsu clones left and right. Blue fire had extended from her nails to create long, sharp claws that lit everything they touched ablaze. A head fell off here. An arm was lopped off there. She dislegged another clone with a vertical swipe of her left hand, and then gouged 4 bloody furrows deep within the chest of another. Mei was to her left and slightly behind her. While the woman had some fierce fighting prowess, proven by when she literally kicked a Zetsu clone's head off, her true strength lay in her ninjutsu. She performed a variety of hand seals to launch incredible attacks with her Gekkei Genkai. Yotan, Shikagaryugen no Jutsu. Her cheeks bulging slightly as though stuffed full of food, Mei released several balls of lava from her mouth. Each one was about twice the size of a human head. Each one quickly solidified as the lava cooled. And each one slammed into a Zetsu clone with all the mercy of an angry god. Despite being a solid object, the lava boulders were so hot that they swiftly melted through the white Zetsu clones, leaving nothing but molten puddles behind. Yugito really had to marvel at the woman's control. Before the lava could damage the floor or surrounding walls, Mei would quickly deactivate the jutsu. The lava would harden and grow cold in seconds. Each ball harmlessly struck in the surface of the building without doing too much damage. High above them, Konan was doing what she could to keep several white Zetsu clones at bay. While Mei had a lot of power, she was a mid-range fighter at best. Since lava couldn't travel far before cooling, she didn't have the attack range that Konan did, who tossed paper shuriken like they were going out of style. The woman was deadly accurate. Every shuriken hit their mark. They penetrated the white Zetsu clones, and then went off like a paper bomb, detonating and causing the white Zetsus to explode. It was too bad more white Zetsu clones would come to take their place, appearing from the floor like mirages. They weren't the only ones dealing with the white Zetsus. Tamari, Kankuro, Ao, and Chojuro were also fighting. However, their job was to protect Jiraiya, who couldn't move from his spot. They used sword and fan and puppets and ninjutsu to do their job. While Tamari and Kankuro took one side, Ao and Chojuro defended the other. It was a sound plan since they didn't know how to work as a team. While everyone else was dealing with the Zetsus, the real battle was happening several meters away, the fight of Gaara and Tsunade versus Madara. Gaara played defense, using his sand to block all of Madara's attempts to kill Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade was doing her damnedest to destroy Madara with her fists. "Hold still, you little turd," Tsunade roared as she tried to pound Madara's face in. It didn't do any good. Madara slipped around her attack like an eel. "Oh, so scary," he cried out in a timid-sounding voice. "Toby is scared." "Mock me, will you?" Growling like a fierce lioness, Tsunade once more attacked, this time with a powerful heel kick that shook the atmosphere. Toby dodged it. He then tried to pierce her through the heart with a kunai hidden up his sleeve. Gaara tried to stop him, but Madara chose that moment to use his time-space ability. The mass amounts of sand passed through Madara's body. This allowed him to continue his attack unabated. It was a good thing that Tsunade excelled in close combat. She leaned back, avoiding the slash attack that would have slit her throat, and then came back in with a roaring punch. The air exploded around her fist, the punch producing a loud whistling sound, as though it was literally cutting through the atmosphere. Her fist phased through Madara's head. Tsunade roared in frustration. While everyone was fighting or defending, only Yugito noticed the figure appearing behind Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, behind you." She called out. Jiraiya turned his head, but he couldn't do anything as the white Zetsu clone bore down on him. Luckily, Chojuro also heard the scream and smashed the clone flat by charging his sword with chakra and creating an ethereal hammer. Sadly, because Jiraiya was distracted, he didn't see the hand appearing from within the floor until it had already stabbed through the scroll. There was a fizzling of chakra, followed by a brief sputter, and then Madara cackled. "It's been fun playing with you all, but I really do need to leave." He waved a hand down his body, which slowly disappeared. "We'll meet again." As if Madara's disappearing was their cue to get the hell out of Dodge, all of the white Zetsu clones also retreated. Yugito stood her ground, breathing heavily, wondering what they should do now. In almost ominous silence, Mifune, who Yugito had pretty much forgotten was there, spoke. "Well, my meeting room is ruined. I wonder who is going to pay for all this?" No one had an answer to that. Zox. Since Naruto couldn't deal with 3 opponents at the same time like this, he had no choice but to use Kurama's chakra. He called upon the fox's power. Energy rushed through his body, starting from his stomach and engulfing him. His entire body was then covered in a bright golden cloak with black lines running up and down his body. "The fuck kind of power is this?" asked Suigetsu. Hugo didn't even ask that much, he rushed forward while screaming, "Die! Die! Die! Die!" "Wait, Hugo," Suigetsu shouted, but it was too late. Hugo was already in front of Naruto, and he looked a lot different than before. His skin had turned a grayish-brown, the same color as the earth, and his eyes had become black, while his sclera were yellow. Horny protrusions jutted from his back like thorns. His hair, even spikier than before, formed the beginnings of what looked like a helmet. His brow ridges were shooting from his face, and a strange outcropping went down either ridge to frame his face. He threw a punch at Naruto, his hand becoming long and sharp like a spear. Naruto wasn't there. He had already moved. Appearing behind Hugo, Naruto created several large claws that sprouted from his back. Each one had a Rasengan on it. They hurtled toward Hugo, slamming into him, sending him skidding back. But they didn't break him. Naruto frowned when he saw that Hugo's skin was only singed. He didn't know what the hell was up with this guy's body, but he did know one thing. "I'm going to need a more powerful jutsu." "Hugo's not the only one you need to worry about, pal," Suigetsu shouted as he rushed at Naruto and swung the Kubikiri Haucho. Naruto clicked his tongue, grabbed Kubikiri Haucho by the blade, pulled Suigetsu forward, and speared his hand through the white-haired ninja's chest. His hand went through with a splash. What was this? Water? "Ha! Your attacks have no effect on me," Suigetsu said proudly. "I can change my body to water so." Annoying. Naruto molded his chakra into lightning-natured chakra and channeled it through his hand. He didn't know how much power he had put into it because he wasn't used to using this chakra cloak, but it must have been a lot. Suigetsu's screams were actually being drowned out by the electric discharge. His body lit up like a firefly. Smoke and steam poured off of his body, and Naruto soon realized that his hand no longer felt like it was in water. He stopped channeling lightning chakra. He and Suigetsu stood there. His hand was still impaled in the missing ninja's chest, but this time, it wasn't water that poured from the wound. It was blood. Crimson red ichor that flowed from the hole, drenching Suigetsu's shirt. Naruto pulled his hand from the wet hole that he had made in Suigetsu's chest with a wet SLLCCHH. And watched as the other boy fell backwards and hit the floor with a thump. "Die! Die! Die! Die!" Chidori Senbone. 2 shouts came at the same time, one the sound of insane laughing and the other a jutsu name. He looked behind him to see Sasuke launching a hailstorm of lightning senbon. Then he looked in front of him, where Hugo was charging forward with maniacal glee. Naruto had already placed a Hiraishin seal on Hugo. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and reappeared in front of the large, murderous man. Since his Rasengan wasn't enough to get the job done, Naruto needed to use a more powerful jutsu. Wind or lightning. He created a Rasengan in his left hand, and then added lightning chakra. A loud crackling filled the air as Naruto's Rasengan turned a bright, pure white. Raten, Rasengan. A loud crackling like thunder filled the air as Naruto thrust his Rasengan into Hugo's chest. Lightning chakra was a piercing chakra. It could easily stab through just about any substance, and Hugo's tough skin was no different. The thousands of spinning strings of chakra inside of the Rasengan, imbued with the piercing power of lightning, easily plunged through Hugo's chest and destroyed his heart. Hugo blinked several times. He looked down as Naruto pulled his hand back and stepped asode. Falling onto his knees, Hugo pitched forward, his body reverting back into the one he had before his transformation. A pool of blood spread out from underneath him. Naruto turned to Sasuke. "It looks like you're the only one left. Were you hoping that by leading me into an ambush, you would be able to make up the difference in our abilities? Sasuke, you really haven't grown at all." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "You don't know what you're talking about. I've gained power. Real power. The power to crush Konoha and avenge my clan." "Wasn't that what killing Itachi was supposed to do?" Naruto asked with a sigh. "Shut up. You don't know anything, Naruto. Konoha is the reason my clan is gone. They're the reason Itachi became a missing ninja. I'm going to destroy Konoha to exonerate my family." Naruto could see it clearly now. He had always known that Sasuke was beyond saving, but seeing him like this, cackling like a lunatic, Naruto felt like he could truly see how broken Sasuke was. While some small part of him felt sympathy, the rest didn't care. If Sasuke was going to be this foolish, if he was going to keep pinning the blame for what happened on others, then Naruto wasn't going to let what pity he had stop him from doing his job as a Konoha ninja. "I think it's time we ended this, Sasuke." Sasuke's grin was psychotic, the kind that Naruto would have expected on a serial killer. "I was thinking the same thing." It looked like this was going to go down the same way it did during their first battle. A Chidori crackled to life in Sasuke's left hand. It was then encased in black fire from Amaterasu. Naruto saw this, sighed, and created a Rasengan with wind chakra in his right hand. The two charged at each other. Sasuke roared and charged forward. He was fast, Naruto would admit, probably as fast as Rock Lee when he wasn't using his gates. It was impressive. Too bad Naruto had no intention of fighting a head-on battle. Using the speed granted to him by Kurama, Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke, who thrust out his hand and plunged it into Naruto's chest. Sasuke's crow of triumph was cut short when the Naruto before him disappeared. "What?" "Sasuke, behind you!" a voice shouted. Sasuke turned around, but by then it was already too late. Naruto slammed his Rasengan into the other boy's back. His attack drilled straight through Sasuke, who couldn't do anything as the wind chakra tore his back apart. Seconds later, Sasuke went flying through the air, slammed into the ground, and tumbled across the surface. "No! Sasuke!" Naruto turned at the sound of the scream. A young woman with red hair was rushing toward them, tears in her eyes. She ran past Naruto and toward Sasuke, knelt down, and picked the boy up. He watched silently as she held him and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the numerous bite marks on her arm. She held the arm to Sasuke's mouth. "Come on, Sasuke. You need to heal up. Sasuke. Come on. Bite me so you can feel better." Sasuke did nothing of the sort. He was already dead. The girl, who Naruto believed was named Karen, became even more hysterical when Sasuke didn't do anything. "Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke." Naruto felt bad for killing the person this girl obviously loved, though why she'd love someone like Sasuke was beyond him. He decided to leave. He would let this girl grieve in peace. "You!" The girl's growl stopped him. "You killed him. You killed my Sasuke. I'm going to kill you." Naruto turned back just as the girl released her hold on him. She charged at him, and he shifted into a fighting stance. He wasn't going to kill her. She posed no threat. The plan was to just knock her out and leave. Before she could get too far, Madara appeared within a vortex, chopped her on the back of the neck. The girl collapsed forward. Madara caught her before she could fall and hauled her over his shoulder. He took a look at the scene, spotted Sasuke, and picked him up as well. "It seems you have ruined even more of my plans," he said, his voice calm and collected. Naruto sensed the rage bubbling beneath the surface. "If you didn't want your plans ruined, you should have never let him come after me." Naruto shrugged. "True. I suppose this is my fault," Madara sighed as his body became intangible. "Well, I would love to kill you for this, but I'm nearly out of chakra, so we'll leave things like this for today." While he couldn't see past that mask, Naruto was sure that Madara was glaring at him. "The next time you and I meet, I'll end you." And then he was gone. Naruto stared at the spot where Madara had been standing. An eerie silence filled the clearing, broken only by the howling wind. "I should be the one saying that." Naruto looked up as snow fell from the sky. "Next time you and I meet, I'll be sure to end you." Chapter 31. With the conclusion of the summit meeting, Naruto parted ways with Mei and Gaara and returned home with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yugito, Konan, Koyuki, Kakashi, and Guy. While Kakashi remained as unflappable as ever, Guy had been incredibly disappointed upon realizing that he had missed out on such an intense battle. Apparently, he and Kakashi had been attacked by white Zetsu clones as well, which had kept them from coming to the aid of everyone else. They stepped up to the gates of Konoha. As Jiraiya dealt with Izumo and Kotetsu, Naruto looked at the village. Despite having only been gone for a few days, it felt more like months. Nothing seemed to have changed about the village, nothing on the outside, at least. However, maybe it's just me, but it seems like there's more damage to the village rather than less. What happened to the repairs? Kakashi stepped up beside him, also looking at the village with a calm yet sharp gaze in his lazy eyes. He noticed Naruto looking his way and I smiled. "That was some adventure, wasn't it?" "Yeah," Naruto agreed as Yugito, Konan, and Koyuki stepped up to stand beside him as well. "It was a pretty messed up adventure." "Hokage-sama," Izumo said suddenly, drawing Naruto's attention away from the village. "The elders have said they would like to speak with you when you came back." Tsunade frowned, as did just about everyone else. There was something not quite right in Izumo's words. It created an ominous stirring within Naruto's chest, though he couldn't figure out why. "Oh? So they want to talk to me, do they?" Tsunade said, dark shadows appearing over her eyes, while a large vein throbbed on her forehead. "I see. So they think they can just call me whenever they want. Do they really think they can give the Hokage orders?" "Ah." Kotetsu looked like he wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure how to say it. Naruto thought he was probably just scared of invoking Tsunade's legendary anger. "Well, whatever." Tsunade waved her hand airily as though warding off a bug. "I'll go and see them now. Brat, you and everyone else should head home. You've gone through a lot, so I want you to get some rest." "If it's an order from my Hokage, then I have no choice but to obey," Naruto said with a theatrical sigh. "Oh, shut up, brat," Tsunade shot back, a good-natured smile on her lips. "Since you all have something to be doing, I think I'm going to take a dip in the hot springs," Jiraiya said. "If I hear that you've been peeping." Tsunade began in a warning tone. "Ha ha ha. Do you really think I would peep like some lecherous old man?" The deadpan expression on Tsunade's face, on all of the women's faces, told Naruto everything he needed to know. "Do I really have to answer that question? So harsh, Tsunade." They split up after entering the village. While Tsunade made a beeline for the Hokage Tower and Jiraiya leapt onto the nearest roof and rushed in the direction of the hot springs, Naruto, Koyuki, and Yugito went home. Naruto didn't know where Kakashi and Guy were going. Guy had screamed out something about youth and ran off, while Kakashi had taken out his book and walked away at a leisurely pace. They journeyed through Konoha toward the Namikaze estate, and as they did, Naruto looked more closely at the village. A sense of despair hung over everyone. The people seemed ill at ease. A woman walked alongside her child, head hung low, face epitomizing despair as she clutched the young boy's hand. Meters to his left, an old man sat on the ground, eyes glossy and dull, as though he were a corpse. Many people around them had similar expressions. Likewise, the village seemed to have taken a lot more damage since they had left for the summit meeting. The damage wasn't extensive, but he did notice that some of the buildings, which had been repaired previously, were now in ruins. Glass fragments littered the street and inside of stores, walls were decimated, and numerous buildings had either scorch marks, claw marks, or both marking what parts of their structure remained. It looks like something happened here, Konan murmured. Do you think it was an attack? Asked Koyuki. She and Konan walked side by side, their shoulders close enough to almost touch. Naruto was glad that he had introduced them to each other. It seems as if they had formed a close bond with each other. How Koyuki had gotten Konan to open up in so little time, when it had taken Naruto himself several weeks just to convince her that they shouldn't be enemies, was beyond him. That said, he couldn't complain about the results. He was just glad they had become friends. It doesn't look like a serious attack, Yugito murmured. These markings and the amount of destruction tells me that a smaller task force attacked Konoha, but I can't imagine anyone who would be stupid enough to attack a powerful village like Konoha with less than at least 10,000 ninja. This damage also doesn't look like the kind that ninja usually inflict, Naruto added. I see some marks that were clearly done by ninjutsu, but most of the damage appears to have been done by an animal or something. Do you think it could have been summoned beasts? Asked Konan. I don't know. Naruto shrugged. There's no way to tell that without having been here when it happened, but I don't think so. They arrived home moments later. Naruto frowned upon reaching the front door. There were no signs of the seals he had placed there, but there were signs that told him someone had attempted to tamper with the seals. He could see the scorch marks, which someone had tried to cover up with another, fake seal. It was a decent impersonation. However, Naruto was a seal master, and the seal he had created on this door was more complex than most. The seal had been layered in two parts, an inner and outer layer. The outer layer, the part that was being displayed here, was simply a genjutsu seal. It hid the inner layer, which was the defense seal that killed any intruder trying to break in. Whoever had attempted to create this seal had only remade the outer layer and neglected the inner layer. Is something wrong, Naruto? Asked Konan. No. He shook his head. Nothing is wrong. They entered the estate and walked into the main living room. No one seemed to be home, but then Naruto heard humming from the kitchen. When he entered, he discovered the source, Yugao, the Anbu operative known as Usagi, a woman who had protected him when he was younger, and another of his girlfriends. She stood in front of the stove. A loud sizzling accompanied the gentle melody that issued from her lips. Yugao-chan, Naruto said, beaming as he wrapped the woman in a hug from squeaked and nearly dropped the spatula that she was holding. And Naruto, she shouted in surprise. Don't sneak up on me like that. I didn't sneak up on you, he said. I was being pretty loud, you know. Didn't you hear the door open? At his admonishment, Yugao could only blush. I didn't hear it. I guess I was too caught up in what I was doing. Speaking of what you were doing. Koyuki began as she walked into the kitchen with Yugito and Konan. It looks like your food is burning. What? Yugao said, blinking before a thick cloud of smoke wafted in front of her face. She looked down at the pan that she had been cooking on. Her eyes widened in horror. Oh, no. My grilled cheese sandwich. Zox. Tsunade was none too pleased when she entered the Hokage tower and discovered who was inside of her office. It wasn't just the two elders, Koharu and Homura. Danzo was also there, and judging from how the other two were standing on either side of him, he was currently calling the shots. I have a bad feeling now. Danzo, what makes you think you can call the Hokage as if I was your personal summon? I hope you have a good explanation for this. I do actually, Danzo said, tapping his cane on the ground once. But first, there is something important that I would like to tell you. Oh, yeah? And what is that? Tsunade hadn't noticed it before, but Danzo didn't have those bandages around his head, revealing the ugly scar tissue surrounding his eye. The bad feeling that she had increased several-fold. Just this. He opened his eye to reveal a perfect Sharingan situated within his socket. Koto Amatsukami. Zox. In the end, Yugao's sandwich could not be saved. While Konan, Yugito, and Koyuki tried to console the crying woman, Naruto made them all ham sandwiches, along with several other types that he cut up into finger food and served on a platter. Here you go. Eat up. Thanks for making this, Koyuki said as she grabbed a chicken salad sandwich. I'm starving. I feel like it's been days since I've eaten. That's because you've been walking so much. You probably aren't used to it, Yugito said as she, too, plucked a sandwich from the platter. They weren't sitting at the table, which Koyuki had said was too formal for their family, so instead they had elected to sit in the living room. All of them were piled on the couch. There was very little room. Naruto was shoulder and thigh to Konan and Yugao as he sat between them. They were practically on his lap, which he didn't necessarily mind, but it made eating difficult because he couldn't move his arms very well. "I'll have you know that I am in great physical shape," Koyuki interjected. "I might not have the might of a ninja like you, but that doesn't mean I've slacked off on my exercise." "Maybe, but walking for several days and exercising an hour each day are two different things," Konan interjected. "She's right," Yugao said. "Walking across long distances with varied terrain requires a different sort of fitness than most actresses have." Whatever. Stop killing my delusions." Koyuki pouted as she picked up another sandwich, ham this time, and began munching on it. Naruto idly picked up a sandwich himself and began eating. Yet he couldn't taste much of it, which might have been caused by being sandwiched between four gorgeous women. It was quite distracting. All he could focus on was the scent of their hair, the feel of their bosoms against his arm, of the way their thighs pressed into him. Perhaps it was because what happened between him, Yugito, and Mei, or maybe it was just because several days had passed since the summit, but Naruto was, well, kinda horny. "By the way, Naruto," Yugao began, and Naruto stiffened at the feel of her delicate hand passing over his crotch. "Was she doing that on purpose? I've really missed you. I was so busy with my Anbu work and you with your missions that we haven't had much time together." "You're being unusually bold," Naruto commented. "I'm feeling unusually hot as well." Yugao leaned in to whisper in his ear. "There's a fire burning inside of me that only you can quench." That was the breaking point for Naruto, who had already been feeling pretty bothered himself. He tackled Yugao onto the couch, which meant that everyone else sitting with them also went down. None of them complained, however, and squeals and moans of delight and ecstasy soon filled the Namikaze estate. "Zox!" Naruto stirred and opened his eyes. Moonlight shone in through a window to his right, but it was not enough to light up the area around him. Even so, he recognized the familiar furnishings, the dresser to his right, the nightstand to his left, and the closet less than a meter away. The familiar feel of the bed on his back also helped him realize where he was. "This is my room." Naruto closed his eyes, about to try and get some more sleep as well. Tomorrow would be a busy day. They needed to begin transporting the Kumo refugees, and he would probably be one of the people in charge of helping, since he had a closer relationship with the people of Kumo than anyone else in Konoha. Yugito would also be helping. That was just another reason to aid them. "Good morning, Naruto," a voice said before he could go to sleep. Blue eyes and a smiling face swam into his vision. Koyuki Kazuyana looked at him with a sleepy, half-lidded smile that was somehow more seductive than her normal smile. Naruto would have chalked it up to his own delusional mind. However, Koyuki chose that moment to move around. "Yuki," Naruto mumbled. "Did I wake you?" Koyuki sighed as she moved again. "I've been awake for a while." "Is something on your mind?" Placing her head back on his chest, Koyuki hummed. "I'm going to be leaving tomorrow. Since the meeting is over and our plans have been made, I will have to return to the land of spring and begin preparations to receive the refugees." Nodding, Naruto said, "That's only natural. I'm going to miss you." Warmth suffused his heart, as did a gentle ache. It was a familiar feeling. He knew that, due to their circumstances, he and the women who had carved out a life with him and each other could not always remain together. Duty kept them apart. Everyone had accepted this, but that didn't necessarily mean they had to like it. "Tomorrow," Naruto began, "before you leave, why don't you and I spend some time alone?" "Can we really?" asked Koyuki, looking back at him, her eyes shining like a pair of snowflakes glistening in the morning sun. "Yes. It'll be a date just between you and me." Koyuki didn't say anything more. She leaned up and placed a passionate kiss against his mouth. Zox. The next day, Naruto and Koyuki left the sanctity of their bed, which was large enough to hold 7 people, got dressed, and left the Namikaze estate together. This day planned to be a busy one. To that end, their plan was to eat breakfast at a nice restaurant, just the two of them, and then maybe do a small bit of shopping before they had to work. Naruto thought it was only fair, since Yugito, Konan, and Yugao would be staying with him. "Where should we go?" asked Koyuki as they walked arm in arm down one of Konoha's many streets. "There's a small restaurant that serves great traditional breakfasts," Naruto said. "It's a family restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan." The restaurant in question was called Akigoen's. As he and Koyuki came upon the small building, with its lintel posts, ornate paper walls, and slanted roof, Naruto couldn't help but wonder how this building, out of all the other ones, remained standing. It looked so flimsy. He looked at the building left of Akigoen's, and then at the one on the right. Both were naught but piles of rubble. He shook his head. They entered the small restaurant and were greeted by the hostess, a slightly older woman who wore white makeup and dark red lipstick. "Good morning, Namikaze-sama, Kaziana Koyuki Dono. We're honored to have you in our humble restaurant." "Thank you for the warm reception," Koyuki said with a disarming smile. "Of course. Please, come right this way." The hostess gestured for them to follow her. Unlike most restaurants, Akigoen's was completely traditional. There were no booths, and the tables where people sat down to eat were low tables, meaning they were supposed to sit in seiza whilst eating. The table that he and Koyuki were shown to was a small one located in the restaurant center. There were only a few other people present, and everyone stared as they sat down. Naruto assumed that was the purpose of putting them here. They wanted to present him and Koyuki, a well-known actress/daimyo and the Namikaze clan head, as if to say that two people of high standing ate at their restaurant. There were only a few other people aside from them. A small family of 4, 2 older gentlemen, and a young woman wearing a Konoha headband. After the shock of seeing him and Koyuki eating in such a casual restaurant wore off, the people returned to their meals, though the 2 children belonging to the family continued staring. "Please wait here for one moment," the woman said. "Our waiter will come to take your orders." "Thank you," Naruto said. "Take your time," Koyuki added. "We're in no hurry." Just then, a chime sounded, and 3 people wearing brown cloaks entered the restaurant. The woman noticed them. She graced him and Koyuki with one last smile before heading over to the front. Naruto could hear her greeting of, "Welcome to Akigoen's," from where he sat. "It's going to be tough," Koyuki said suddenly. When he looked at her, she elucidated her words by saying, "Being away from you, I mean. I've become so used to having you constantly by my side these past few weeks that not seeing you every day will be hard." The people in large brown cloaks walked past their table. Naruto frowned at them, but he put the trio out of his mind and took Koyuki's hands within his own. "I don't really like it either, but you know, so long as you carry my kunai, you can call me to your side any time." He paused. A wry smile appeared on his lips. "Unless I'm otherwise preoccupied with something else. Also, do you remember how to use your chakra?" "Yes." Koyuki nodded. "I remember everything you taught me." "Good. In the event that you are in danger, be sure to apply chakra to that seal on the bottom of the kunai's handle." "I know." A waiter came to take their orders. Meals at Akigoen's were specialized. There was only one real meal, a traditional breakfast with white rice, miso soup, and fermented soybeans. Customers were allowed to choose their main dish, which could either be grilled fish, rolled omelet, chicken, or tofu. While Naruto chose the grilled fish, Koyuki chose the tofu. "I'll be back with your order shortly," the waiter said before wandering off to take more orders. Naruto and Koyuki allowed themselves to relax. They spoke of inconsequential issues such as what movie Koyuki was working on, gossip about her fellow actors and actresses, and what kind of seals Naruto was making. It was pleasant, being able to talk about such simple matters. Naruto had been dealing with one crisis after another for so long that he had almost forgotten what it was like to speak about things that had nothing to do with death, war, or politics. He wished they could have stayed like this forever. Sadly, the world waited for no one. Their meals came several minutes later, and he and Koyuki ate in relative silence. They left soon after, as did the trio in cloaked individuals who had gotten their food only a short while after he and Koyuki had. "We have a little bit of time left," Koyuki said. "What should we do?" Naruto thought about it for a moment. They could go shopping, but that seemed so cliched. They also had different taste in stores. Naruto liked shopping for ninja goods, while Koyuki liked clothing, which meant that unless they both wanted to be bored, they would have to do something else. "Why don't I take you to one of my secret spots?" he suggested. "One of your secret spots?" Koyuki parroted. "You have something like that?" "Of course. The place I want to show you holds particular importance to me." "In that case, I will gladly go with you," she said before pausing again. "By the way, what should we do about our tag-along?" "We'll let them tag along. It's not like they're hurting anyone." Naruto pulled Koyuki into an embrace and grinned. "Now, let's go." Smiling at each other, Naruto and Koyuki disappeared within a swirl of leaves. Zox. Konan, Yugito, and Yugao watched as Naruto and Koyuki disappeared within a sunshine. Since ninja disappearing in this manner wasn't rare in Konoha, no one batted an eyelash, though a few people did look surprised by who had pulled the disappearing act. While several people began talking about the Namikaze heir, the trio of cloaked and not so subtly hiding their identities ninja put their heads together. Naruto disappeared, Konan state the obvious. He also mentioned a secret spot, Yugito added. Yugao, being the most knowledgeable about all things Naruto, patiently explained. When Naruto was younger, he was often bullied by the other children, so he tended to go off on his own a lot. During his explorations of the village, he found several places that became the spots he would visit whenever he was feeling depressed. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It was easy to forget that Naruto didn't have the best past. He wasn't like Yugito, who had been revered thanks to Kiribai's efforts. Naruto had needed to climb his way up from the bottom, on hands and knees, scraping up any and every victory he could. Only Yugao, who had been his Chunin watcher and only 12 years old at the time, Naruto had been 9, truly understood what he had gone through. Do you know which secret spot he might have headed to? Asked Konan. Yugao nodded. If Naruto is going to show someone important to him one of his secret spots, then it can only be the spot up on the Hokage monument. Zox. When Naruto and Koyuki reappeared, it was not in a crowded street, or even on a rooftop. Their feet touched upon heavy granite. Beside them were several spiky protrusions that stuck up from the rock. They were long and smooth, these spikes, which meant they weren't natural, but rather, man-made. As Koyuki looked around, Naruto took her hand and tugged it to show her the view. Take a look, Yuki. Oh, wow. It was always a pleasant sight to see Koyuki breathless. Her eyes were lit up in wonderment, sparkling like gemstones of the highest quality. The delighted smile that played on her lips enhanced her lustrous features as she stared out at Konoha from one of the highest points in the village. Where are we? On top of my old man's head. Fue? As Koyuki stared at him like he had just told her a really bad joke, Naruto chuckled. We're on top of the Hokage monument. To be more precise, we are standing on the Yondaime Hokage's head. He rapped his knuckles against the nearest spike. These spikes you see are his hair. Oh. Koyuki blinked, seemingly unable to form words properly. Naruto tugged Koyuki to him. She squealed in surprise when he pulled her to the ground, but all Naruto did was sit with his back against his father's hair, while spreading his legs and letting Koyuki rest in between them. With her back to his chest, Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and let his chin rest on her shoulder. When I was younger, I used to get depressed a lot, Naruto said. This was my favorite spot, where I would come after something bad happened. Of course, I didn't know the Yondaime was my old man back then. However, he was the shinobi I looked up to the most, so I guess this was my way of reminding myself about what I was striving for whenever my situation looked dire. I see. Koyuki leaned back, relaxing into his embrace. I never really knew much about your past, though you've shared a bit of it with me before. Hey, it looks like I learned something interesting about my fiancé again. By the way. Yes. I know, Naruto sighed before, in a louder voice, shouting, are you three going to stand over there in the bushes all day? Get over here and sit down. A moment of silence was followed by a soft rustling, which was followed once again by 3 familiar figures in brown cloaks walking out of the bushes. All 3 of them were covered in twigs and leaves. They wore hoods that hid their faces, but even so, it was impossible to not know who they were. Do you 3 like spying so much that you had to follow us like that? Asked Naruto. How did you know we were following you? Asked the woman on the left as she pulled her hood down, revealing the long blonde hair of Yugito. Please, Koyuki said, you 3 were way too conspicuous. Brown cloaks with hoods? Maybe if it was just 1 or 2 people, but when all 3 of you appeared, Naruto and I had already guessed who you were. The other 2 hoods were pulled back. Yugito, Yugao, and Konan all blushed at being seen through so easily. It was almost sad, really. They were ninja, so they technically should have specialized in stealth. Then again, it wasn't like they were trying all that hard not to be spotted. Chuckling, Naruto patted the spot beside him. Since you 3 are here, why don't you join us? We have at least an hour before everyone needs to get back to their duties. The 3 kunoichi didn't even hesitate, and Naruto, suddenly trapped in the middle of 4 beautiful women, wondered if this sort of position made him a Naruto sandwich. Probably. But he couldn't complain. Zox. It was time. The refugees were being boarded onto the zeppelins that would take them to one of three destinations: sand, mist, or spring. They were being loaded based on their preferences. Since they were being forced to move yet again, Naruto had come up with the idea that they should be allowed to choose where they wanted to live. Samui and Yugito were overseeing the boarding process. "So, you're leaving too, Konan?" "Yes. I figured I could be more useful by becoming Koyuki's bodyguard than staying here." Naruto stood with Koyuki and Konan, who faced him side by side. It had been a surprise when Konan told them that she wanted to go with Koyuki. At the same time, Naruto couldn't fault the logic. Out of all of them, Koyuki was by far the weakest link. As the only one with no ninja training, she was the most vulnerable, and though she had an entire army at her beck and call, they wouldn't be able to win against an S-ranked ninja. "It'll be nice to have a woman as my bodyguard." Koyuki, with a coy smile on her face, wrapped her arms around Konan's left arm. "Plus, since it's Konan, it means I get to have someone with me 24/7. "Yes, I suppose that's true," Naruto agreed, though he was sure a part of the reason Koyuki wanted Konan with her was so she could have someone to sleep with. She was rather cuddly. "We're going to miss you," Konan said. "And I'll miss both of you." Since it would be a while since they saw each other again, Naruto made sure that the kisses he gave Koyuki and Konan were longer than normal. Sadly, his kiss with Koyuki was interrupted when the daimyo to the land of spring pinched his butt. He glared at her, but all she did was smile and wave before she and Konan boarded the zeppelin. Yugito walked up to Naruto as the zeppelin ascended. It, along with the other four currently docked in Konoha, ascended into the sky and began moving through the air. He and his fellow Jinchuriki watched side by side as the zeppelins became smaller and smaller, until they were nothing more than tiny dots in the distance. "It looks like things will settle down now that Konan and Koyuki aren't here," Yugito said. "Yeah," Naruto said, reaching out and grabbing Yugito's hand. "It's just you, me, and Yugao now." It was going to be strange not having Koyuki and Konan around anymore. They had been such an intricate part of his life for the past few weeks, and now that they were gone, it felt like a small hole had opened inside of him. Of course, it wasn't painful. They would see each other again. However, he was going to miss them. At least there's one good thing to come from all this. Naruto turned to look at Yugito. "What's that?" Grinning like a cat that had finally caught a canary, Yugito said, "With only Yugao and I here, it means I can have you all to myself whenever Yugao is on a mission." As always, Yugito's logic was infallible. Zox. Because of her position as the leader of the Kumo refugees in Konoha, Yugito needed to stay with her people. Lodgings had been set up for her. They were temporary. Just like how Konoha planned to build housing units inside of the village for Kumo's displaced people, Yugito would eventually move in with him once everyone was fully integrated. For now, however, it was just him and Yugao. "It's been a long time since it was just the two of us, hasn't it?" asked Yugao from where she sat at the dining room table. She wasn't in her Anbu armor. Instead, she wore a pair of lacy red panties and one of his orange t-shirts. Naruto thought the way the shirt stretched across her bust flattered her figure well. Naruto was in the kitchen. A pan sat on the stove in front of him, and the sizzling sounds of chicken being cooked in oil filled the air. He still wasn't much of a cook, but he could at least cook the basics well, thanks in no small part to Jiraiya, who had been a stickler for healthy eating during their training. The dish he made was seared in oil, a simple but delicious meal, especially since he had added lemon rinds to the chicken. He had also prepared a salad. Well, his clone had prepared the salad, but it amounted to the same thing. When the food was finished cooking, he set the chicken onto 2 plates, grabbed the bowls containing the salad, and wandered into the dining room. "Here we are," he said as he set down Yugao's plate and salad bowl in front of her. 1 lemon-seared chicken with a side salad. "Thank you for cooking this," Yugao said as Naruto sat across from her. "It's no trouble." Naruto grinned. "I'm happy to cook for you." Yugao's blushing smile was simply adorable. He really didn't understand how a fully grown woman could blush and act so demure, especially one who was capable of slaughtering an entire squadron of Chunin-level ninja by herself. It was one of life's great mysteries. As they were eating and chatting, something soft brushed up against Naruto's leg. He frowned, looked under the table, and, not spotting anything other than Yugao's feet set firmly against the tiled floor, looked back up and began talking again. It was while he was telling Yugao about the finer points of ceiling that he felt something brush against him once more. The feeling of soft skin against his calf made him pause. He looked under the table again. Again, there was nothing but Yugao's feet and legs. Is something wrong, Naruto? Asked Yugao. No. Naruto looked back up. Nothing is wrong. Yugao smiled with an innocence that he now realized was feigned. He frowned. If that was how she wanted to play it, then two could play at this game. Channeling chakra to the soles of his feet, Naruto felt the vibrations running through the ground. He was aware of when Yugao lifted her foot. He also let his sensitivity to shifts in the air, a result of having wind and lightning natured affinities, tell him when her foot was close. He raised his foot and met hers before she could stroke his leg again. Yugao blinked. Something wrong, Yugao? Naruto asked, smiling. Yugao frowned at him as she moved her foot back, and then came in at a different angle. He blocked her again. No. Yugao returned his smile. She tried again, this time using her other foot. Naruto blocked it. Nothing's wrong. Really? You're looking a little peeved. Naruto blocked another foot attack, then another and another. Yugao kept trying to come in from different angles to no avail. Naruto blocked her at every opportunity. Yet still she continued, even while she spoke. Not at all. I was just thinking about how strong you've become. Is that so? I'm glad you think so highly of me. He and Yugao kept up their war underneath the table, competitive grins spreading across their faces. Naruto thought he was doing pretty well at deflecting her feet. However, just as he was beginning to feel confident, something zapped him and both his legs became paralyzed. What the? How is that? Asked Yugao, who, now that she had Naruto at her mercy, placed her feet against his legs and began moving them up and down. I just used some minor lightning chakra to immobilize you. Naruto clicked his tongue. You do know that I can just use lightning chakra to fix this, right? Can you? Asked Yugao. Her feet moved up further. I know you're powerful, but do you have the kind of fine-tuned control needed to properly negate my paralysis technique? Naruto knew how to undo her paralysis. She was using lightning chakra to disrupt the communication signals that were sent from the brain to his legs. All he had to do was regulate the flow of his chakra to disrupt hers. It was a simple matter. Sadly, when Naruto tried to regulate lightning chakra through his body, he was disrupted by Yugao zapping him again. Her feet also moved higher. They were now resting against his knees. Naruto tried again, but she once more disrupted his ability to regulate lightning chakra through his body, even as she spread his legs apart. Come on, she goaded, her voice teasing. Let's see you disrupt my technique. Naruto would have scowled at her, but before the thought could really take hold, Yugao had placed one of her feet against his crotch. He stiffened under her touch as she gently rubbed her toes against him. The act was strangely stimulating. All the blood in his body quickly flowed to a single point, causing him to swell. Does that feel good? Asked Yugao as she ran the sole of her foot along his now erect member. It does. Naruto took a shaky breath. Why? If you're asking me why it feels good, I'm afraid I can't answer that. Yugao nimbly caught his zipper between her toes, and the sound of his pants being unzipped echoed from underneath the table. I just know that there are some men who like this kind of thing. Even men who don't like this can fall prey to such acts since it's so different. You? Have you? Yugao shook her head. No, I haven't, but I have friends in the Anbu who have done stuff like this to seduce targets. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. Zox. Yugao woke up in the middle of the night. Moonlight from the window partially illuminated the bed that she and Naruto were lying on. She was snuggled within his arm, warm, content, with her head on his broad shoulder. She wanted to stay there forever. For some reason, she didn't. She stood up, made her way over to the dresser, and pulled a kunai from a hidden compartment from underneath her underwear drawer. Kunai in hand, Yugao crawled onto the bed, and straddled Naruto's waist. She didn't question why she was doing this, because what she was doing seemed so natural. That was why she raised the kunai above her head without complaint, preparing to plunge the kunai into his throat. Naruto's eyes opened seconds before she could. His hand shot out and snatched her wrist before it could take that final plunge. Without preamble, he flipped her onto her back, and, using his superior strength, knocked the kunai out of Yugao's hand before pinning her to the bed. What are you doing, Yugao? She didn't answer him with words. Kicking him in the stomach, she forced Naruto to let go of her and slid out from underneath him. Her kunai had fallen to the floor. She lunged for it, but Naruto was too fast. He kicked the kunai further away and tried to place her in a submission hold. Yugao was having none of it. She slipped away from him with her superior agility, spun around, and threw a heel kick into his crossed arms. Her foot shook as Naruto went skidding across the floor. She didn't wait for him to recover. Launching herself forward, she began a coordinated assault, throwing a combination of powerful kicks and punches that many others would have been hard-pressed to slip through. Yugao. Why are you doing this? Naruto asked as he backed away, weaving between her attacks. Why was she doing this? That was a good question. She didn't really know why she was doing this. Wasn't it just something that she had to do? She needed to do this, even if she didn't know why. She wished she had a sword. This would have been a lot easier if she did. However, her sword was not with her. Yugao had not thought about it at the time, since she and Naruto were having sex and the idea just never crossed her mind. That was probably a mistake on her part. Naruto didn't attack back, despite how she had him on the ropes. He backed away, constantly retreating to give himself more room, though he had to know that he was being backed into a corner. Yugao kept up the pressure. 1. 2. 1. 2. Kick. She moved in accordance with her Onbu training. Naruto admirably blocked or dodged all of her attacks. However, he was unable to keep it up for long, as she had finally backed him against the wall. This was her chance. Yugao attacked with all of her speed and might. She needed to end this before Naruto could turn the situation around. Right as she was about to make contact with Naruto, he vanished before her eyes. Shocked, Yugao didn't even have the time to so much as blink before something pricked the back of her neck and darkness engulfed her. Zox! Yugito woke up with a start, jumping into a sitting position as though someone had shocked her body with a lightning jutsu. She looked around. Nothing was out of place. Her plain room with its single dresser, nightstand, and bed looked the same as it did when she had gone to sleep. She also couldn't feel any killing intent, which meant that no forthcoming attack had woken her from slumber. So, then, what had? Knock. 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 Reaching underneath her pillow, Yugito grabbed the kunai that she always hid there. She stood up and slowly walked to the front door. Pausing for a second, Yugito cracked the door open to see who was on the other side. She was shocked. Naruto? What are you doing here? I'm sorry for coming so late, but something just happened and I couldn't think of who else I could turn to, Naruto said. Can I come in? Yes, please come in. Thank you. Yugito stepped aside and opened the door for Naruto. She blinked when she realized that he was carrying Yugao in his arms. The woman's legs swung back and forth, her feet poking out of the blanket he had draped over her. Yugito caught a whiff of the air as they passed. The smell of sex was strong on them both. Is there anywhere I can set her? He asked. The bed, Yugito replied, absently pointing toward the only bed there. Her house, like all of the Kumo refugee houses, was just a single-story building with the bare minimum furnishings. There was no kitchen, just a small bathroom with no shower. It didn't even have carpet, just wood tiles. Naruto walked over to the bed and set Yugao down. Yugito stood behind him. She watched curiously for a moment, and then decided to sate her curiosity. What's going on? I'm not sure, Naruto said. Yugao just tried to kill me. I knocked her unconscious, but I didn't know what to do so I brought her here. Yugao tried to kill you? Yugito needed a moment to let that sink in. Yugao had been Naruto's bodyguard ever since he was little. She had protected him from danger more than anyone else. One could even say that she was the reason he hadn't been killed when he was younger. What's more, they were now in a relationship. For her to try and assassinate him. Why would she try to kill you? That makes no sense, she said out loud. I know. Naruto gave her a mirthless smile. Kyubi says he senses foreign chakra inside of her that's a close match for an Uchiha. I can only guess that Danzo is the one behind this. I know he has a Sharingan implanted into his eye, but I'm still not sure how he could cast such a powerful genjutsu over Yugao. What do you plan on doing? Asked Yugito. I'm going to visit Tsunade. She should be able to help me confront Danzo and get this situation resolved. Can I ask you to look after Yugao while I'm gone? Yugito didn't even need to think twice. Of course. Yugao is a friend and part of our family. You can count on me. Thank you. Naruto offered her a smile before disappearing within a Hiraishin. With nothing better to do, Yugito sat down on the bed and, putting a hand on Yugao's head, began to tenderly run her hands through the woman's hair. Yet even as she sat there, a chill ran down her spine. She didn't know why, but her stomach had twisted itself into knots. She could only hope that Naruto would stay safe. Zox. The first place Naruto went to was the Hokage Tower. Tsunade often pulled all-nighters, so she would usually sleep on the couch in the Hokage's office. In fact, from what he knew, she rarely ever went home, probably because there was nothing waiting for her at home. When arrived, Tsunade was indeed present, just as he had suspected. No one else seemed to be around, but Naruto could detect several chakra signatures. They were well hidden, so he couldn't tell where they were or how many. He assumed they were her Anbu guards. "Granny," Naruto said as he walked into the room. "We have a problem." Tsunade looked up from her paperwork. Upon seeing Naruto, she straightened up and nodded. "You're right. We do have a problem." She snapped her fingers and three things happened. The door closed, several Anbu appeared out of thin air, and all of them pointed their weapons at Naruto. "Namikaze Naruto, you are under arrest for betraying Konoha." "What?" Gazing at all of the people around him, at the Anbu in their masks and dark cloaks, and at Tsunade who still sat behind her desk, Naruto realized that his suspicion that Danzo was somehow controlling Yugao was likely more accurate than he had realized. He didn't know how. However, if he had a powerful Sharingan, then controlling a ninja, or even several ninja, was possible. That said, he never expected Tsunade to fall under Danzo's control. "Is this some kind of joke?" asked Naruto. "Why would I joke about something like this?" Tsunade answered his question with one of her own. Naruto could have argued with her. He could have tried to make her see reason, could have told her that she was being controlled. He didn't. There was no point. If Tsunade was being controlled to the point where she would arrest him, then it wouldn't matter what he said to her, she wouldn't listen. In which case, "Sorry, Granny, but I can't let you arrest me until I've taken care of a pesky weed." Without waiting for a reply, Naruto immediately Hiraishined back home. The Hokage's office disappeared, and he was suddenly standing in the room located deep beneath his estate. The gray walls with numerous bookshelves pressed against them, the tables that had scrolls spread out across them, all of it was familiar. It had been a surprisingly long time since he had come down here. Sitting down at a table, Naruto crossed his arms, and leaned back in his chair, losing his mind to thought. Danzo was somehow controlling people, at least, he assumed it was Danzo. He had no proof, but only a powerful Sharingan could control someone to this extent, and the only person with a Sharingan in Konoha was Danzo. Of course, it could have been Madara, who had the ability to warp anywhere. However, Naruto didn't think that was the case. That man had his own issues to deal with. Plus, Naruto had dealt him a harsh blow by killing Sasuke. He likely couldn't afford to come to Konoha right now, and even if he did, Naruto didn't think he had the ability to control someone like this. Either way, Naruto needed to gather allies who weren't under Danzo's control. The first person he could think of was Jiraiya. Unlike Tsunade, Jiraiya had no reason to meet with Danzo. Focusing on the Hiraishin kunai that he knew Jiraiya always carried, Naruto channeled his chakra and instantly appeared at the location with the seal. Naruto looked around the room. It was small, about the size of a luxury suite hotel room. He only realized it was a hotel room when he caught sight of the king-sized bed and saw two people lying on it. One of them was Jiraiya, whose spiky white hair was easy to recognize. The other was a woman that he didn't know. Neither of them were wearing clothes. Wrinkling his nose, Naruto walked up to the foot of the bed and stared at his perverted teacher. "Are you awake?" He got no response. "Fine then. Tsunade is being controlled by Danzo." Jiraiya's eyes snapped open, and he sat up. The expression that he wore was not the kind that one normally saw on the old toad hermit's face. It was deathly serious, a grave demeanor carved from stone. "I see that got your attention. I hope you're lying, brat." "Why would I lie about this? Tsunade's not the only person who's being controlled. Yugao just tried to kill me, and I'm sure there are a lot of other people who've been subjected to Danzo's mind control." Jiraiya sighed and rubbed his head. He stood up, revealing that he was, indeed, completely in the buff. Then he walked over to the chair where his clothing was folded in a surprisingly neat pile. "All right. Let me get dressed and we can go. I take it you have a plan?" "Sort of," Naruto said as Jiraiya put on his pants. "I want to see Guy and Kakashi. They're the only ones we can trust right now, since I doubt either of them have met with Danzo." Kakashi also has a Sharingan, which should negate the effect of Danzo's genjutsu. Right. Jiraiya put on his shirt, grabbed his scroll, and slung it over his back. In that case, you get Kakashi while I get Guy. We'll then meet back up at your place. Sounds good. Naruto didn't know where Mito Guy lived, but he knew where Kakashi lived, having been there several times when he was a Genin. The only issue he had was getting there. Kakashi did not have one of his Hiraishin kunai, a serious oversight on his part. That meant he needed to get there through stealth. The Anbu were out looking for him. As he moved through the streets, he caught sight of several masked ninja in cloaks jumping across rooftops. They were just the distraction. The real threat wouldn't be the ones on the roof, but the ninja hiding in back alleys and shops. Yu Gao had once told him that it was an old Anbu tactic. Naruto watched as 4 Anbu leapt from one rooftop to another, and then turned his attention toward the street. He reached out, channeling wind chakra through the street and shops. The wind acted as a sonar. Like a spider who could feel when something had become tangled within its threads, Naruto could see people and objects within his mind, regardless of how much they tried to hide. There were 3 Anbu on this street. One of them was in the store on his left, another was in an alley across the street, and the last one was hiding underneath a camouflage net 2 meters to his right. This way was too dangerous. Naruto backtracked. It took backtracking several times to reach Kakashi's house, which was just a simple one-story building that looked the same as every other house. He walked closer to the front door, and then paused. A ninja was already standing in front of the door, speaking with Kakashi, who looked like he was barely awake. Namikaze Naruto is wanted for questioning, the ninja was saying. Is that so? Asked Kakashi. May I ask what he's done? He's wanted because we suspect him of betraying Konoha. Well, now. That's a pretty strong accusation. As the other ninja spoke, Naruto stepped out of the alley, making eye contact with Kakashi. When he was sure he had the man's attention, he tapped his right temple. Kakashi nodded once, and then opened his closed eye. I apologize, but I don't know where Naruto is. Perhaps you would be better served questioning someone else, Kakashi said. Yes. I'll do that. Naruto waited several seconds after the ninja walked off before heading over to Kakashi's. His sensei stepped aside and allowed Naruto to walk in, then closed and locked the door behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, Kakashi eyed Naruto. I'm guessing something has happened? Naruto nodded. Danzo is controlling the ninja of Konoha with the Sharingan in his right eye, though I have no idea how. He's even managed to place Tsunade and Yu Gao under his control. I can see how that would be a problem, Kakashi said, closing his eyes. Have you already spoken with Jiraiya? Yes. He's going to pick up Mito Guy. We're meeting back at my place. Kakashi nodded and moved away from the wall. That sounds like as good a plan as any. Let's go. Right. Naruto placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and together, they disappeared within a Hiraishin. Zox. Guy and Jiraiya arrived at the Namikaze estate half an hour after Kakashi and Naruto. Since they were the only ones Naruto knew who weren't potentially under Danzo's influence, they did not bother trying to find anyone else. The risks were too great. Instead, they all sat around Naruto's table in his Fuinjutsu study and discussed the problem. It's getting really crazy out there, Jiraiya said. His arms were crossed, and though his expression seemed light-hearted, Naruto knew that he must have been frustrated. After all, even now, he was still in love with Tsunade. There are shinobi everywhere, and all of them are searching for you. Guy and I were stopped several times by shinobi asking if we knew where you were. I'm kind of surprised they didn't try breaking into here. I've created several powerful seals that have enveloped this estate in a barrier, Naruto told him. The only reason you, Guy, and Kakashi made it through is because I let you through. Anyone else will be instantly repelled. It was a barrier seal known as the Rakuten Tagata Fun, or the 6 Heavens Pointed Seal. It created a chakra barrier by using 6 points as anchors. To destroy it required intense knowledge of Fuinjutsu. It couldn't just be destroyed outright. There were security seals put in place. So, the only way they could get inside was if they had someone whose knowledge in seals was equal to that of Jiraiya, and no one was better at sealing than Jiraiya. Except for Naruto, of course. This situation is most unyouthful, Guy said with crossed arms. If everyone is being controlled, then it means even my beloved Lee is. Oh, Lee. Your sensei has failed you. Everyone watched Guy as he cried inconsolably, though they only stared at him for a few more seconds before turning back to each other. They could deal with Guy's antics later. Right now, they had far more important things to worry about. We need to find Danzo, Jiraiya said at last. That's the only way we'll be able to get everyone back to normal. Genjutsu induced via the Sharingan could be dispelled in two ways. The first way was the natural way, either by causing pain or by using the dispelling technique. The second way was by killing the caster and using Fuinjutsu to reverse the Genjutsu's effects. If Danzo truly was controlling these people via the Sharingan embedded into his left eye, then just killing him wouldn't be enough to dispel it. Fortunately, Naruto was already thinking up a seal that would work. There was just one problem. Do any of you know where he is? Kakashi and Guy shook their heads, indicating that neither of them knew where he was. On the other hand, Jiraiya stroked his chin as though deep in thought and hummed. I've never been able to locate his base, Jiraiya began, but I have my theories about that. Do you have a map of Konoha? Yeah. Hold on a second while I get it. Naruto stood up and went over to a desk sitting on the corner. After rummaging around through one of the drawers, he pulled out a scroll, which he took back to the table. Laying the scroll on the table and unfurling it revealed that it was a large map of Konoha. This isn't bad, Jiraiya remarked. Though the cartography is slightly off. Anyway, beneath Konoha there are a series of underground bunkers. Unseal a brush and some ink, Jiraiya quickly circled several areas of Konoha. These bunkers were created by the Nidaime Hokage in the event that Konoha was ever invaded. They were supposed to protect the civilians while giving the shinobi ambush points from which to attack from. But that changed once old man Sarutobi made those bunkers inside of the Hokage monument, right? Naruto said. Right. Jiraiya nodded. I had always assumed the root forces were located in one of these bunkers, but I could never find them. He paused. However, what if I was thinking too small? What if Danzo expanded and connected all of the subterranean bunkers together? Root is a small force consisting of no more than 200 ninja. They could easily move from one bunker to the next and we would never catch wind of it. At least, that's my theory. It made a certain amount of sense, and if that was the case, it would certainly explain how Root had existed for so long. However, there was one thing that bothered him. Jiraiya's explanation seemed incomplete. If they combined every bunker together, then it would be a lot easier for us to explore as well, Kakashi pointed out, coming to the same conclusion that Naruto had. I think some of the bunkers are still separated. If they are, then it would mean that we would have to explore them one at a time. That would give Danzo and his root ninja plenty of time to leave their current location, especially if they have a means of alerting them to intruders. Then we'd have to search the bunkers individually, Guy said. No. Naruto shook his head. I'll send some clones, have them search each bunker, and place several Hiraishin seals inside. Once that's done, Kakashi and I will go there and take all of the root Anbu, along with Danzo, out. And Guy and I will create a distraction for the regular ninja, Jiraiya added. We'll make sure the people who were trapped by Danzo's genjutsu don't bother you. While I certainly don't mind going with you, wouldn't it be better if Jiraiya went instead? Asked Kakashi. Shaking his head once more, Naruto said, no. Jiraiya is strong, and he has a lot of experience, but he doesn't have a Sharingan. Tsunade and Jiraiya are both cage-level ninja, yet even Tsunade has been ensnared. That means his jutsu, whatever is so powerful that not even a cage can withstand it. That's why I need you to come with me. Your Sharingan is probably the only thing that can counteract Danzo's jutsu. That makes sense, Kakashi said. I can see you've thought this through. What kind of distraction should Lord Jiraiya and I perform? Asked Guy. You two are going to cause a ruckus and force everyone's attention onto you, Naruto said. It doesn't matter what method you choose, so long as you can guarantee none of our regular forces will follow us. Yosh. Guy saluted. Just leave this to Lord Jiraiya and I. We will definitely provide an adequate distraction, and if we cannot, then I shall run around Konoha on my hands for 10 days without rest. I'm sure, Naruto said, a trickle of sweat trailing down his face. Zox. Naruto sent out several shadow clones, had them all henge into Anbu, and then made them go to each of the underground bunkers. While they did that, Jiraiya and Guy went off on their own. Their plan was to split up and cause a ruckus. Naruto didn't know what that ruckus was, but since it seemed like they had a plan, he decided not to question them. It didn't take his clones long to discover the root hideout. He was an expert at stealth. That was the reason he'd been able to evade all of the Anbu attempting to capture him up to this point. It looks like Danzo has several seals set up to ensure he's not discovered, and to alert him in the event that he does somehow manage to get discovered. Crafty. However, the seals are basic. So long as someone knows what to look for, something like that will never work. Naruto didn't discount the idea that there were other seals hidden there that he missed. Even so, he was positive that wasn't the case. Hiding seals within seals, hiding seals underneath illusions, these were techniques only masters of Jiraiya and his caliber could do. There was no one else like that in Konoha. In all likelihood, there was no one who could do that outside of him and Jiraiya in the entire elemental nations. This place is pretty decrepit, isn't it? Kakashi asked as he and Naruto descended down a flight of metal stairs. Their footsteps were silent. It looks like these bunkers are in disrepair, Naruto said. They probably never fixed them since there wasn't much point, and Root can't afford to spend money on something so frivolous. Kakashi nodded. By the way, this technique of yours is quite ingenious. I never thought to send chakra into my feet to act as a cushion. My ears are better than most, and even I can't hear our footsteps. It was something I learned when I was younger, Naruto said. How do you think I kept evading Chunin and Jonin after my pranks for all these years? Good point. They reached the bottom and looked around. Naruto sent chakra into his eyes, enhancing his ability to see in the dark. The room they stood in was pretty large, with towering pillars disappearing into the ceiling, and several passages that were too dark for even him to see through. Their footsteps remained soft, unheard as they slowly walked toward one of the passages. There was no more talking after this point. Not only would words be useless, but they might be heard. Naruto and Kakashi moved along the walls. Since he had better eyesight than Kakashi, along with the ability to spot seals, he was in the lead. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with the better sense of smell, stuck close behind him. As they continued on, a small pit sank into his stomach. He couldn't explain why, but he felt like they were being led into a trap. It was probably paranoia. Danzo was a cunning old fox, yet even so, Naruto didn't believe he could have predicted that they would go straight for his jugular. Then again, I can't leave out that possibility. Kakashi, Naruto whispered. Could you please stick to the shadows from here on out? I'll bring all of their attention onto me. If something happens, I'd like you to attack while remaining hidden. All right. Good luck. Naruto felt Kakashi's presence disappear behind him. A shiver ran down his back. He had never thought about it before, but Kakashi was the ninja who had become a Jonin level Onbu at the age of 9. This talent, which he had cultivated through years of hard-earned experience, was something that Naruto still lacked. He took a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Knowing that Root probably had at least one sensor, Naruto knew that he would need to act quickly. Once his presence was known, there was a chance Danzo would try to escape. He couldn't let that happen. Activating the seal on his stomach, Naruto felt Kurama's chakra rush through him like an electric current, fueling his own power and covering him in a magnificent golden aura. Naruto still wasn't used to this power, which he had acquired after defeating Kurama in single combat, but it was the best ability to accomplish his goals. He didn't waste a second after that. He burst into a sprint that caused everything to blur past him. He was like a streak of lightning darting between clouds. Several Root ninja appeared out of hidden lateral passages, but Naruto didn't waste time with them. He cut them down like wheat before a scythe. His wind blade sliced through their flesh before they even had time to register what had happened. With his chakra cloak activated, Naruto could sense the negative intent of others. There was a lot of killing intent all around him, which meant that Root really had been waiting for him. That was fine. Naruto blew past everyone, traveling deeper and deeper, to the place where he felt only a few presences. Danzo would be there. He's moving. I know that. He'll get away if you don't hurry up. Shut up and let me concentrate. Annoyed at Kurama for his big-ass mouth or not, Naruto knew that the fox was right. If he didn't reach Danzo soon, the man would probably escape, which meant he couldn't afford to move in a linear path. He needed to think outside of the box. If Danzo is below me, then all I need to do is go down. Here we go. Grinning, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his left hand, added wind chakra, and then slammed his hand into the ground. Fuuten, Rasengan. Motherfucker. The ground beneath him exploded into 1,000 shards, and Namikaze Naruto dropped like a boulder tossed into a lake. Zox. Jiraiya split off from Guy, who said that he was going to cause a ruckus and keep the regular ninja off Naruto's back. He didn't know what Guy had planned. Knowing the eccentric Jounin as he did, it was either going to be brilliantly stupid or just plain brilliant. In either event, Since Guy was dealing with the rank and file, Jiraiya had decided to go after the big guns. In other words, he was going after Tsunade. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya scaled the walls with chakra. The window was already open despite how chilly it was outside. He had no trouble hopping onto the windowsill and peering into the room. It didn't take long to find Tsunade. She was lying face down on the couch, several bottles of sake scattered around her. One of her legs had fallen off the couch along with an arm, but the other leg was resting against the armrest. Jiraiya couldn't see her face. All he saw outside of her legs was her plump ass. Her ass is just as amazing as I remembered. On any other occasion, Jiraiya would have used this moment to pretend like he was going to sneak a peek. He didn't do that. Instead, he climbed down from the windowsill and walked over to Tsunade. Cute little snores issued from her lips. Her face was turned away from the headrest, so he could see her closed eyes, small nose, and pink lips. Flushed cheeks let him know that she was drunk. Not that he needed confirmation, given the amount of sake bottles scattered around the floor. Crouching down, Jiraiya reached out and placed his hand on Tsunade's head. He ran his fingers through her hair, and said, "Hey, Tsunade. You awake?" Tsunade groaned. Stirring, she opened her eyes and fluttered them several times. "Jiraiya? What are you?" "I came to check up on you. It looks like you've gotten yourself drunk while on the job," Jiraiya teased. "What kind of example are you trying to set for your ninja?" "Oh, shut up, Jiraiya," Tsunade said with a groan as she sat up. She held a hand to her head and closed her eyes as though trying to block off a migraine. "So, what did you want? Come here to make fun of my drinking habits?" "You know I'd never do that," Jiraiya said. The grin he wore soon left, replaced by a somber expression. "Is it true that you've placed a warrant out for Naruto's arrest?" "That's right." Tsunade glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. "I know that he's your pupil, but Naruto has betrayed Konoha. My hands are tied." "What has he done?" Tsunade sighed as though exhausted and said, "While all of us were at the summit, the inmates at Konoha's correctional facility escaped and attacked the village. We've learned from eyewitness accounts that the people attacking were able to transform into strange beasts. I studied one of the cadavers, Jiraiya. The transformation is created using a variation of the Ten no Joie. The Ten no Joie was the cursed seal created by Orochimaru. It wasn't a complex seal. In fact, recreating the seal was very easy. Only the fact that activating the seal required injecting a unique form of nature chakra found only in certain humans made it impossible to entirely recreate. That said, creating a variation that didn't rely on the unique chakra was certainly possible." Everything now made sense to Jiraiya. Tsunade had been fooled into thinking that Naruto was the person who created this seal, which also meant she believed that Naruto was the person responsible for helping the prisoners break out. Of course, the genjutsu that she had been placed under made it impossible for her to believe otherwise. Thanks to that, it was doubtful that she even questioned her own actions right now. "We suspect that Naruto has been planning this for some time," Tsunade continued. "Even for a skilled seal master like him, creating this seal couldn't have been easy. He had probably been planning to use the prisoners in an attempt to take over Konoha, or maybe even destroy it, while we were all at the summit." "Do you really believe that, Tsunade?" "I don't want to believe it, but what other choice do I have? There's too much evidence against him for me to believe otherwise." Jiraiya nearly bit his lip. This was definitely the result of a genjutsu, and a powerful one at that. Tsunade had always expressed her belief in Naruto. She would always say that he was the kind of person you couldn't help but want to believe in. For Jiraiya, this meant that even if there was evidence against Naruto, strong evidence that could hardly be refuted, Tsunade would never believe it even if Naruto confessed to her. Right now all she had was conjecture. Even so, she still believed that Naruto was responsible for the prison break. Just as he was about to probe her for information, a powerful explosion rocked the whole of Konoha. Following this, a massive shockwave of power rippled through the village. While it was different from back then, Jiraiya easily recognized this chakra signature. "That's the Kyuubi." Tsunade stood up. She went over to her desk, grabbed her cloak, and put it on. "Sorry, Jiraiya. I'd love to talk more, but it looks like I need to subdue Naruto." But Jiraiya wouldn't have that. He appeared before Tsunade, blocking her way. "I'm sorry, Tsunade, but the only way you're getting to Naruto is if you go through me." "You would stand in my way?" Tsunade asked through narrowed eyes. "I would when you're not thinking straight," Jiraiya answered. Tsunade grimaced, as though experienced discomfort, but then she shifted into a stance and hardened her face. I don't want to hurt you, Jiraiya. However, if you don't move out of the way, I'm going to force you out of the way. Realizing that words alone would not get through to her, Jiraiya also set himself in a fighting stance. Then come and force me out of the way, because I'm not letting you get past me when you're in this state. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade's face hardened into that of granite. She peeled her lips back, revealing grit teeth, as though frustrated by Jiraiya's sudden and incomprehensible actions. Fine. Tsunade threw a punch at him that literally caused the air to explode in front of his face. His hair was blown back by a fierce gust of wind. Jiraiya knew better than to let her hit him. He was strong, but physically, she was much stronger. He evaded, leaping backwards as he went through a number of one-handed hand seals. Ranjishigami no Jutsu. His hair grew longer and hardened. It whipped around his head as though it had a mind of its own and traveled straight for Tsunade, who didn't even bother to dodge. She reared her fist back and punched it, tried to punch it. The hair avoided her attack and wrapped around her arm. Tsunade didn't let that bother her. She yanked her arm back, which caused Jiraiya to be lifted off his feet. As he sailed over to her, she slammed her fist into his face. He disappeared and a log replaced him. Do you really think something like a simple replacement will work on me, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked as she turned around and threw another punch. She didn't hit anything. However, the air in front of her exploded with power. Like an extension of her fist, a fierce bullet of compressed air struck the wall. Jiraiya, who had been hiding there, was forced to move out of the way. You're going to make the Hokage Tower collapse if you keep fighting like that, Jiraiya commented. The only thing that's going to collapse here is you, Tsunade said before she attacked him again. Jiraiya did his best to dodge, but it was difficult. Tsunade's punches rent the air. Her kicks had enough power that a single tap could demolish a person's face. It took everything he had to stay ahead of the game. I hope you hurry up and defeat Danzo soon, Jiraiya thought with gritted teeth. I'm not sure how long I can keep this up. Zox. Danzo grimaced as he moved swiftly down the hall, as swiftly as he could, at any rate. He should have known that using Koto Amatsukami so much was a bad idea. It was a technique that could only be used once a day, and it took a lot of chakra. He had used it twice in the past week, once to control several dozen Jounin and clan heads, and then recently to put Tsunade under his control. The first one had pushed him to the brink, but casting it on Tsunade had essentially depleted his reserves and forced him to rest. Now he was beginning to regret that. Explosions rang out from above, the ceiling overhead cracked, and dirt rained down on his head. A massive source of chakra was above him. The Kyuubi. Even if the malevolence was gone, Danzo would recognize that chakra source anywhere. Naruto was coming for him. I don't think I'll be able to escape in time. Reaching into his kimono, Danzo pulled out a box of chakra pills and ate several. His reserves were already about half full, so the pills boosted them back to normal. He had been trying to avoid using them, since chakra pills took their toll on the user's body, but it sounded like he didn't have a choice anymore. More cracks appeared in the ceiling. Large chunks of concrete fell down, denting the stone floor. Then, just as Danzo wondered if the ceiling would collapse, the area in front of him exploded as a figure crashed straight through the ceiling like a falling meteor. Naruto was before him, crouched down low with one hand on the ground, blocking Danzo from moving forward. The blonde shinobi stood up. His orange and black haori rustled as he drew his father's famous tri-pronged kunai. I'm glad I caught up with you, Naruto said. Now then, Danzo, you've become a serious problem, so it's time for you to die. Danzo knew there was no escape now. He had miscalculated Naruto's strength, and also how far the man would go when pushed into a corner. Knowing this, that battle was inevitable, he unsheathed his wakizashi from his cane and faced Naruto. It is not me who will die today, Danzo said. What I'm doing is for the good of Konoha, and I still have a lot to do. You are hindering my plans to make Konoha great again, to make it feared, and for that, I will kill you. Naruto clicked his tongue. It seems talking isn't going to get through to you. Fine, then. Let's have our fists do the talking. Humph. Your brash and impulsive attitude is going to get you killed. We'll see about that. Danzo went through a series of hand seals and took a deep breath. Fuuten, Shinkua. Spinning around, Danzo released the breath that he had been holding. The air around him shimmered as a large blade of wind spread outward. The walls, ceiling, and ground was sliced straight through the from wind blade. However, Namikaze Naruto was not. He raised his hand and sliced it downward, creating an even stronger wind blade that cut through Danzo's like it was made of paper. Fuuten, Kaze Shasen. After completing several more hand seals, Danzo waved his hand and created multiple wind blades. Each blade of wind slammed into the other, combining to create a giant wind blade, which slammed into the one that Naruto had created. The two attacks exploded. Air burst out like a paper bomb detonating, creating a shockwave that shook the walls and made both Naruto and Danzo skid backwards. Naruto was the first one to recover. He stopped moving backward by applying chakra to his feet. Then he went through a few hand seals of his own. Ranten, Sutamukata. Making a slashing motion with his left hand, Naruto sent a massive beam of compressed light at Danzo. The beam, a condensed combination of wind, water, and lightning, streaked through the air. The ground was slashed apart. The walls were cut. The air shrieked, howling as if it was being burnt by the powerful jutsu. Dans remained calm and went through several hand seals. Fuuten, Shinkujin. After performing the necessary hand seals, Danzo channeled chakra through his mouth and blew on his wakizashi. A greenish aura emitted from the blade as it was encased in wind chakra. Sliding his feet apart, Danzo entered a wide stance and, waiting until the storm jutsu was just about to hit him, sliced straight through it. The storm jutsu split in half. The two sides moved in opposite directions, cutting through the wall some more and causing the bunker to shake again. So, this is Namikaze Naruto's power. It was such a waste that power like this had gone to someone like Naruto. This boy was just like Hiruzen, just like Minato. Naive. He couldn't see that Konoha was becoming weak. He didn't understand that in order to protect the village, they needed to be strong, that they needed to destroy their enemies. He would rather get along with everyone and risk being stabbed in the back. It was sickening. Leaping backward, Danzo went through another round of hand seals. Fuuten, Shinku Rinpa. Danzo molded chakra in his chest, inhaled, and then spat out several sharp vacuum blades at Naruto. As he expected, none of them hit. Naruto avoided all of them by zigzagging across the ground as he ran forward. A kunai flew into Danzo's vision. It nearly gouged his eye out, but Danzo leaned backward and avoided it. Of course, it was a Hiraishin kunai. Knowing this, Danzo spun around to intercept Naruto's next attack. Naruto never appeared. HRRKKK. A sharp pain jabbed Danzo in the back as a hand burst through his chest. Blood dripped from the hand, which was coated in wind chakra. Turning his head, Danzo looked behind him, into the blue eyes of his opponent. I don't always need to use Hiraishin for those kunai to be useful, Naruto said. So it would seem. This battle is over, Danzo. No. This battle is far from over. Danzo molded his chakra again, but this time all of it went into his right arm. The skin around one of the several Sharingans that he had implanted there closed, and Danzo vanished like a ghost, only to reappear several feet away. It was, in fact, the same place where he had been standing at the start of this fight. Naruto frowned. That's an interesting ninjutsu. Izanagi is one of the most powerful jutsu in my arsenal, Danzo informed him. With it, I can blur the lines between reality and illusion. It allows me to control my own existence. This jutsu can revert even death. A jutsu like that must have a limit, though, Naruto analyzed. I bet you can only use it a certain amount of times, which means I just need to keep on killing you. In this limited space, there isn't much that you can do, Danzo taunted. You can't use your more powerful ninjutsu, unless you want to bury yourself in here with me. What's more, destroying this bunker would cause the village above us to collapse. You'd kill thousands of innocent people. I don't need powerful jutsu to kill you. Naruto scoffed as he sped through a series of hand seals. Don't get too full of yourself. Hyotan, Ashusupia. Just as the name suggested, a large spear of ice appeared in front of Naruto, gleaming brightly in the low lightning. Another burst of chakra sent the spear flying. Danzo dodged it, of course. It wasn't like the spear was hard to avoid. Yet the moment Danzo moved to the left, Naruto appeared right in front of him, and drilled him in the chest with a Rasengan. Danzo screamed as the jutsu ground into his chest, creating a large cavity, blood shooting everywhere. And then Danzo disappeared. He reappeared in the same spot that he had been standing on at the start of this battle. Naruto went through more hand seals. Ranten, Arashi no Tatsumaki. Chakra gathered in Naruto's hand. Lightning coruscated across his arm, visible blue tendrils that trailed over his skin and gathered around his fist. A swirling distortion of condensed wind caused the lightning to turn a greenish yellow, and then water gathered, shifting the color once more to a bright white. He launched a straight jab at Danzo. A bright beam of energy flew from his fist. Fu Uten, Shinku Rinpa. Several more vacuum blades flew from Danzo's mouth, striking the beam of chakra dead on. Naruto's attack was clearly stronger. However, it was also unstable because so many different types of chakra were combined into it. When the blade struck the beam detonated with the force of a tempest. The unleashed shockwave caused the entire hallway they were standing in to collapse. The walls crumbled, the ceiling cracked, and several dozen tons of rubble came down on their heads. Danzo survived with Izanagi. Just as he was dying, he used the jutsu again. This time, he reappeared on top of the rubble. Staring at the destruction caused by Naruto's technique, Danzo soon pulled off the bandages around his arm. 3 of the 6 eyes were closed. I can only use Izanagi 3 more times. He wasn't so foolish as to believe that Naruto was dead. The Kyubi Jinchuriki was a powerful ninja. An attack of this level wouldn't kill him. That meant Naruto was either waiting until Danzo let his guard down to strike, or he was unconscious. As if to prove his point, the ground underneath his feet exploded, and Naruto burst out. Danzo leapt into the air before a Rasengan could pulverize his legs. He did several hand seals, inhaled, and then released the air of molded chakra. Fu Uten, Shinkujin. Once his blade was properly coated in wind chakra again, Danzo slashed at the incoming wind blades from Naruto. Each blade was cut apart. This didn't stop Naruto, who had already leapt from the ground and was coming toward him. Eat this. Fu Uten, Rasengan. Danzo tried to block the wind-enhanced Rasengan, but the difference in power was simply too great. Naruto's Rasengan, created by rotating his chakra in hundreds of directions and enhanced by the cutting power of wind, sliced through Danzo's wakizashi. It then cut into his chest. He disappeared and reappeared, once again, on top of the rubble. The 4th eye closed. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto appeared from above, 2 of them. One of them had a Rasengan hovering over their hand, while the other fed it with chakra. The Rasengan expanded. It soon became the same shape as a beach ball. Then it grew twice that size. 3 times that size. As the clone helping feed it chakra dispelled, Naruto thrust out his fist and fell toward Danzo like an avenging angel. Udoma Rasengan. Danzo leapt back as Naruto slammed into the ground. The mountain of rubble exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Danzo coated a kunai with wind chakra and cut through the debris that tried to pummel him. He continued to move backwards to gain some distance. Hyotan, Ashusupia. Urk. He was speared from behind. Danzo looked down at the ice spear jutting from his chest. Then he fell backwards with a thump, his eyes growing glassy. He disappeared again. The 5th eye closed. I see how your jutsu works now, Naruto said as he stared at the newly reincarnated Danzo. That Izanagi technique is just a powerful genjutsu that allows you to change reality to suit your whims. However, it requires you to sacrifice one of your eyes. You only have 2 left now. As expected of a Namikaze. Your ability to analyze my jutsu is remarkable. He went through several more hand seals. However, do not think that I'll be beaten just because you know how my jutsu works. You're the one who's underestimating me, Naruto said from behind Danzo, who barely had a second to respond before sword composed entirely of wind pierced his heart. He disappeared and reappeared again. The 6th eye closed. You might be cunning, but I'm a lot more powerful than you are. You can't defeat me. It's when someone is confident enough to say something so stupid that they lose, Danzo said. Despite this, he knew that he was in a bad situation. All of his eyes except Shisui's had been destroyed, he was running low on chakra, and Naruto still seemed to have plenty of power left. He was at a complete disadvantage. What happened to all my ninja? Surely even Naruto could not have killed them all. That was a question that he would not get an answer to. Naruto created another blade of wind chakra and sent it flying toward him. Danzo cut it in half with his wind-coated kunai. He then sent a vacuum blade at Naruto, but it was avoided when Naruto suddenly disappeared and reappeared directly in front of him. There was a Rasengan in his hand. Did you really think I was going to let this fight continue for any longer? This is the end, Danzo. Rasengan. Danzo knew that he didn't have time to dodge. He could have used Shisui's Sharingan for the Izanagi, but that would have made him even more powerless. He would have lost no matter what. This boy was simply too powerful. Danzo sighed as the jutsu struck him. Since he had clearly lost, Danzo, in perhaps his only act of compassion, deactivated the Kodo Matsuki that he had cast on the ninja of this village. Perhaps this boy truly could protect Konoha. He hoped so. Zox. The mind-controlling genjutsu seemed to dispel itself with Danzo's death. Naruto didn't know how that worked, since he had been under the impression that more work would be required, but the people who had been under its influence returned to normal. That said, Tsunade hadn't been pleased when she came to and discovered the mess that had been made of her office. Naruto heard that Jiraiya had received a severe beating for his part in that. After apologizing to him, Tsunade dropped the charges. They had been made under false pretenses anyway. It wasn't like that mattered in the end. The real problem was Yugao. She had been avoiding him since the genjutsu was dispelled. Whenever he searched for her, she wouldn't be anywhere. Naruto had even asked Tsunade, but the Hokage merely told him that Yugao had accepted a mission and wouldn't be coming back for some time. He was sure that the mission had been taken as an excuse to not be near him. Naruto sat on the Hokage monument, in the same spot that he always did, and looked at the village far beneath him. The many buildings interspersed with trees that swayed and rocked created a peaceful atmosphere. From so high up, Naruto could catch a glimpse of the people, not small enough to be considered specks, as they went about their business. Children played in the streets. Mothers watched them. Some old men were sitting around a table playing shogi. Naruto observed all this and sighed. The village had become relatively peaceful again, but that peace was a lie. War was on the horizon. Pain had created an army from the displeased minor villages who wanted to climb in power. To top it off, Murata Uchiha was out there somewhere. Naruto didn't know if they were working together anymore. Tsunade had told him that Madara had even tried to convince them to work with him to kill Pain. Things are moving in a way that I can't even begin to predict. Naruto had always been the type of person who liked to go with the flow. If he thought too hard, it would just give him a headache. After training with Jiraiya, he had learned the benefit of thinking several moves in advance, but at heart, he preferred relying on his intuition and instincts. This new situation, while it didn't suit him, he felt like it would be easier to deal with than what he'd dealt with so far. I thought I would find you up here, Yugito said as she leapt down from the ledge above him. Hey, Yugi, Naruto greeted as she sat down beside him, hands going behind her as she leaned back. Something up? Yugito shook her head. Not really. I just wanted to see you. You weren't at your house, so I figured you would be here. You know me too well. Naruto turned back to the scene of Konoha. However, a warm hand landed on his, slightly rough and with calluses from using kunai. Yugito's hand was probably not what a regular man would consider feminine. But he'd never given two squats about that. I heard Yugao's gone on a mission, Yugito said. Naruto's shoulders involuntarily slumped. Yeah. She felt pretty awful about what happened, you know, about how she tried to kill you. I could imagine. What are you going to do? Asked Yugito. What am I going to do? Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at her. The moment she gets back, I'm going to ambush her, take her back home, and screw her brains out until she realizes that I never once blamed her for what happened. Yugito snorted and blushed at the same time. She covered her face with a hand, as though doing so would mask the redness of her cheeks. He thought he heard giggling but couldn't be sure. That sounds like something you would do. Yugito scooted closer so she could lean her head against his shoulder. As Naruto wrapped an arm around her to keep them both stable, he wondered what the coming months would have in store for him. It was probably going to suck. Chapter 32. The War Against Pain. The problem with fighting against 100 smaller factions was that there was no telling when or where they would strike. Because the smaller nations were scattered across the continent, it wasn't like they congregated in just one area. They could attack from anywhere. They could attack at any time. The only way to fight back was to either defend yourself after they had already attacked, or to locate their base and destroy it. Unfortunately, the hidden villages were called hidden villages for a reason. While every knew where Konoha, Iwa, Kiri, and Suna were thanks to their status as major villages, places like Tsuki, Ado, and Taki were well hidden. Unlike the major villages, minor villages couldn't reveal their location so easily. The major villages would have been able to destroy them if they did. 2 months had passed since Pain had declared war on the 5 great nations. Of course, war did not mean daily doses of violence. Half the battle was gathering information on enemy forces and formations, and so both sides had been trying to infiltrate the other side's defenses. Infiltration was a standard part of shinobi life. Many ninja were sent to infiltrate places of value, such as acting as the maid or butler for the wealthy, or becoming the advisor to a daimyo, or even pretending to be a prostitute where a target frequents. To a ninja, no dirty trick was too cheap. No price was too high to pay. That was why Yugao was working in the mansion of a noble living in the land of grass. She had come to this land last month for her mission: locate the hidden grass village, Kusagakur. She'd first worked in a bar for several weeks before hearing a rumor about how the noble who presided over this city, Tanaki Gasuren, had connections to Kusa. She had managed to become a maid for Tanaki. One of his maids had died of mysterious circumstances. Her current disguise was one that made her look like a plain woman with brown hair, a bland face, and no chest. It might have been easier for her to acquire the information she wanted if she sexed herself up a little, but Yugao didn't like the idea. Even if she and Naruto hadn't seen each other since she had tried to kill him, she didn't want anyone else touching her. Naruto. Because she had tried to kill him, Yugao had stopped living with him. She felt guilty. However, she couldn't forgive herself what happened. She had tried to kill the man she loved. It wasn't something she could just forget about, even if she knew that Naruto would never blame her for it. Yugao had been working in this mansion for the past week, but she had yet to find a trace of evidence to suggest that he knew where Kusa was. She was beginning to wonder if the lead she had picked up was false. Maybe I should consider interrogating Tanaki. If she did that, it would mean leaving evidence of her existence. A ninja was supposed to gather information without anyone being the wiser, which wouldn't happen if Tanaki were to suddenly go missing. Perhaps that wouldn't matter if she could erase his memories after she interrogated him. Sadly, there was no memory erasing jutsu, not that she knew of, at any rate. Yugao walked down the extravagant hallway in the mansion's east wing, her slippers plodding near silently along the majestic purple carpet. She went up to all of the paintings and dusted off the gold-plated frames. These paintings, landscapes and portraits, were mostly replicas. Having infiltrated many a noble house before, Yugao could recognize the original from a knockoff right away. "There you are, Akame-san," someone said from her left. Yugao turned at the voice. A woman walked toward her, long brown hair tied into a bun, which was hidden by a bonnet. She wore a standard maid outfit. The white dress with black bodice had loads of frills, particularly along the hems and bust. There was a significant dip in the front. Dark skin cleavage spilled out. This woman, Idora Mikami, was the head maid of this mansion and the reason Yugao had been hired. "Idora-sama," Yugao greeted with a gracious nod. "What do you need of me?" "I need you to clean the master's bedroom," Idora said, sighing as she pressed a hand to her forehead. "He's made a mess of things again. Honestly, that boy is so much trouble." "Did he bring a girl home last night?" Yugao asked. "Fortunately, no. It seems he was up late last night making models. The lord of this mansion had two bad habits: he liked bringing girls home and he liked making clay models. The models that he made were generally miniature versions of the girls he had fucked. At least 3 times a week, he would take a girl to bed, and then the next day he would stay up late creating a model of them." Yugao didn't really understand why Tanaki did that, but she assumed it was sort of like how some men kept the panties of the girls they had screwed as trophies. "In that case, I shall clean his room right away." Yugao bowed to the woman. "I appreciate that." Idora nodded her head toward Yugao. "I have to go into town and buy ingredients for tonight's dinner, so I'll be expecting you to pick up the slack." "Yes, ma'am." Idora was actually the one who had hired her. Tanaki had not been pleased with her disguise and had called her boring the first time they had met, which was understandable, since she had been trying to look boring. However, it seemed as if that was enough to make him not want to hire her. It was definitely a good thing that Tanaki was not the one who hired people. Idora had seen her talent at cleaning and decided to hire her on the spot, much to Tanaki's displeasure. As she entered the young lord's room, Yugao glanced at the walls, decorated with true original works of art. All of them were nude portraits of women. These portraits had been commissioned by Tanaki. Each one was of a woman that he had slept with. Once done with her surveillance of the walls, she looked about the room, taking note of the ostentatious bed with its canopy and crimson sheets, and then at the expensive furniture arrayed around the room. Then she looked at the center of the room. A large square sheet had been spread out across the floor. It was covered in dried clay. There were clumps and flakes everywhere. Yu Gao also spotted the numerous tools that were haphazardly scattered across the sheet. She sighed, and then began cleaning up the mess left by Tanaki. She first washed off the tools. Then she put them in the toolbox, which she set off to the side before grabbing the sheet and folding it so she wouldn't get any clay on the floor. The sheet had to be washed off outside with a hose. Once she finished, she hung it up to dry before returning to Tanaki's room. Grabbing the toolbox, Yu Gao went over to the door on the west side of the room. It led into a large storage closet, which had become less of a closet and more of a creepy fetishist's gallery. All of the clay models that had been made were in this room. There must have been hundreds of them, each one fairly detailed. Yu Gao would have been honestly impressed with how well crafted they were, if it weren't for the fact that each one had been created after thoroughly fucking some woman. She had only been in this room once before. It was during a tour that Adora had given her. During that time, Adora had said that she was to never enter this room unless given permission. Generally, Adora was the one who cleaned up after Tanaki's messes, but since she wasn't here right now, that responsibility now fell onto Yu Gao. Walking over to a shelf in the back, Yu Gao placed the toolbox down and was about to leave when something caught her eye. It was a small slip of paper that had been wedged between two cracks in the shelf. Blinking, she moved the toolbox again and studied the shelf. Closer inspection revealed that there was a hidden compartment. Yu Gao slid her finger along the crack. She soon heard a click as her nail caught something. A lock? Pulling out a nearly paper-thin pick, she repeated the process, this time catching the lock, which opened with a noticeable click. Inside of the compartment were dozens of letters. Yu Gao grabbed one, noticing that it was already open. She pulled out the letter and read it over. Her eyes widened. This letter was from Kuza. It was talking about how they were changing locations soon, and it gave the new procedure to go through should someone want to hire them for a mission. So that's why we could never find Kusagakure. They're nomadic. She had never heard of a nomadic hidden village before, but it was certainly a clever way of concealing their location. It was hard to find something that was constantly on the move. Yu Gao created a shadow clone to search through the contents. She then left the room and got back to work. It would be bad if Tanaki arrived and she wasn't doing her job. Zox. It was early in the morning, and Naruto, having risen from bed barely 15 minutes ago, now found himself standing before Tsunade. The Hokage sat behind her desk. There was an empty bottle of sake sitting on it. Despite the fact that she had probably downed that entire bottle in one go, her eyes were sharper than razor blades. Naruto wasn't alone that morning. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were also with him. They stood behind him. It seemed this next mission would be one that he went on with these three. Shizune was also with them, standing beside Tsunade, a folder in her hands. We've just received word from one of our operatives that Kuza's location has been discovered, Tsunade began. Kuza is a nomadic village. In order to keep their whereabouts a secret, they're constantly moving from one part of the land of grass to another. The time they move changes frequently, which makes it impossible to know where Kuza is located unless they inform you about their location. Must be hard to get clients, then, Kiba remarked. You can't hire yourself out if no one knows where to find you. Tsunade nodded. Which is why Kuza periodically sends letters out to all of their clients, letting them know when and where they are going to be at any given time. It seems that one of their clients was careless enough to not destroy the evidence, and it was found by our operative. I assume the reason you called us three is because you want us to find Kuza and begin tracking their movements? Shino inquired as he raised a hand to his face, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. That's correct, Shizune said. If we can track their movements, then we can launch a surprise attack. You four are going to be the ones who help us initiate that attack. Tsunade placed her elbows on the desk and steepled her fingers together. I don't think I need to tell you how important this mission is. It could help us in ending the stalemate we've been in for the past 2 months. The nature of ninja warfare was one in which the two opposing forces would gather information, and then attack using a combination of espionage and outright confrontation. Since the minor hidden villages were so small, they were incredibly well hidden, which meant that gathering information on them was nearly impossible. On the other hand, while the major hidden villages were large, they were also more powerful and a stronger defense against infiltration. Konoha, in particular, could no longer be infiltrated, unless Tsunade allowed it for misinformation purpose, thanks to the seals that Naruto had created. So, our job is to head over to Kuza, locate their hidden village based on the information we've been provided, and then report their movements so we can plan an attack, Naruto summarized. That's right. Tsunade grinned. This is an A-rank mission. Think you can handle it? It won't be a problem, Naruto said. I just have one question. And that is? Was Yugao the one who provided you with this information? Tsunade paused. What would you do if she was? Nothing, Naruto said, shrugging. It's not like I can do anything about her right now. Yugao had refused to so much as see him for the past 2 months. Every time she came back, she only stayed long enough to rest before accepting another mission that took her out of Konoha. She had also gotten really good at avoiding him. He had even tried waiting for her at the Anbu HQ, but all that did was cause her to begin using random hotels as her base. It was beginning to frustrate him. Really, Yugao? Are you really so racked with guilt that you won't even let me help you? If none of you have any more questions, then feel free to get a move on, Tsunade said. Your mission begins in 1 hour. Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino all saluted and, at the same time, said, yes, Hokage-sama. Zox. It was a 5-day trip to get from Konoha to the Land of Grass. Located northwest of Konoha, the Land of Grass bordered the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. To get there, Naruto and his team needed to cross the Heaven and Earth Bridge, which connected 2 parts of the Land of Grass together. During the Third Great Shinobi War, Kusa had been invaded by Iwagakure, who'd used the country as a supply depot to transport and store munitions. Kakashi had once told him about a mission that he had been on with his father. Apparently, his old man and his team had been tasked with destroying the Kenabai Bridge, which was located on the opposite side of the country. Naruto traveled through a massive forest alongside Kiba, Hinata, and Shino. They jumped from the tree branches to move swiftly and leapt onto gigantic mushrooms when there were no trees. Sometimes they would come across rivers, and other times they would find deep ravines that they had to move through. Where is Kusagakure supposed to be? Asked Kiba. According to the information provided by Tsunade, Kusa should be located in the northwest, Naruto said as he and the others leapt off a mushroom and landed on a tree branch, which they used as a springboard. That's close to Takigakure, if I am not mistaken, Shino said. How long will it take to get there? Asked Hinata, who landed on a branch about 1 meter from Naruto. If we keep this pace up, it should only take us the rest of the day, Shino answered. They ended up reaching their destination, or close to it, in less than half a day. Naruto had pushed them harder than they had expected, setting a hellacious pace, which even tired out Akamaru by the end of it. Kuzo was supposedly 4 kilometers from their current location, which was at the bottom of a small ravine that had a river running through it. Setting up camp was easy. They made camp underneath a slight overhang. This was to better avoid being spotted from anyone who came by overhead. They didn't have a tent to use, but everyone was carrying a sleeping bag. After setting their sleeping bags around a small fire pit created by Naruto, they caught several fish, cooked them, and ate while discussing their plan. Tomorrow, we'll head over there and check out Kusagakure, Naruto said. We're going to check it out during the day? Kiba asked, sounding incredulous. Yep. Naruto nodded before slurping up some ramen. It would be too suspicious if we tried to infiltrate the village at night. I see, Shino began, once more pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. You plan on having us infiltrate Kusa by disguising us as potential clients. Naruto snapped his fingers and grinned. Got it in one, Shino. That's exactly right. Sneaking in during the night is a terrible idea, since most people expect that sort of thing. However, if we pretend to be clients looking for a mission. That might work in normal circumstance, but what about right now? Asked Hinata. What do you mean, Hinata? Asked a clearly confused Kiba. Well. Hinata poked her fingers together. Right now, the many hidden villages are at war. Wouldn't a new client coming for a mission at this time be suspicious? There was a moment of silence as Naruto realized that Hinata made a very good point. It was true that at this point in time, having a new client might seem suspicious, never mind 4 new clients. Not only that, but they might not even be accepting missions. There was no telling what sort of protocols or procedures Kusagakure had. It wasn't like anyone had ever managed to successfully infiltrate that village before. In that case, I think just Hinata and I should go, Naruto said at last. What? Kiba barked while Hinata squeaked. Shino remained silent, but his glasses did glint as the light from the fire reflected off of them. Hinata and I will infiltrate the village, Naruto repeated. Meanwhile, you two will wait just outside of Kusa's tracking net with one of my kunai. Should a problem arise, you'll stab that kunai into a tree, and I'll Hiraishin back with Hinata. But how will we know if something goes wrong? Asked Shino into the silence that resulted from Naruto's words. Naruto smirked at him. Trust me, if something goes wrong, you guys will definitely know it. Zox. It was late during the night when Naruto woke up, though he couldn't explain why right away. He sat up in his sleeping bag and looked around. Nothing seemed out of place, until he noticed that they were missing someone. Hinata wasn't there. He panicked for a moment before calming down. There was no way Hinata could have been kidnapped. She wasn't a wallflower who would just let herself be taken without a fight, and he would have noticed if someone had tried coming into their camp. She was probably just going to the bathroom. As he was about to lay down, Naruto realized that his initial assumption was wrong, and that Hinata hadn't gone to the restroom. She was sitting over by the river. Her legs were curled into her chest, and her back was hunched. He wondered if she was nervous. Naruto climbed out of his sleeping bag, stood up, and walked over to Hinata. He sat down next to her, which earned him a squeak. Oh, Hinata gasped in surprise as she held a hand to her chest. And Naruto-kun, what are you doing up? I could ask you the same thing, Naruto responded. Our mission starts early tomorrow morning, so everyone should be trying to get as much sleep as possible. Are you nervous about the mission? Why yes. Sort of. Sort of? Naruto frowned. It didn't sound like Hinata was worried about the mission. Then perhaps. Is it because you're going with me? Hinata had, at one point, had a crush on him. She had even confessed her love several months back and been rejected. Now she was going on a mission that kept them in close contact with each other, and soon they would be going to infiltrate a hidden village on their own. That must have been putting pressure on her. And no. Not at all, Hinata said, shaking her hands back and forth as though trying to deflect dozens of kunai with her 8 trigrams technique. I'm not worried about the two of us going on this mission. It's more like, I'm worried I won't be able to keep up with you. Wouldn't be able what now? Not keep up? Naruto had no idea where she was getting this idea, though she must have had a reason. He remained silent, hoping that she would tell him what she was thinking. Why you're so strong, Hinata eventually continued. I don't know if you realize it, but ever since you came back from your training with Jiraiya, all of the Genin from the Rookie 9 have been feeling inferior to you. Hinata poked her fingers together and looked away. And, in all honesty, that makes me really worried. Because you're so strong, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you, that I'll be a burden. So that was it. This was his first time hearing about this. Naruto wouldn't deny that he was surprised, and in fact, he was pretty damn shocked. He knew that he was a lot stronger now than he had been when he was 12. He knew that he was probably the strongest ninja out of all the rookies who'd gone to the Chunin exams together 4 years ago. At the same time, he hadn't really thought about how that would affect his friends. Naruto looked at the tranquil waters of the river, unchanging as it smoothly flowed through the ravine. Small ripples spread out from the smooth rocks near the shore. Life was sort of like this river, except more violent because a bunch of brats kept throwing rocks into it, or because a ninja used earth ninjutsu to make stakes shoot out from the bottom. Either way, if life was a river, then a ninja's life was the turbulent flow that happened to the river when shit was thrown into it. Him becoming so strong was one of those rocks being thrown into the life of his friends. I might be stronger than a lot of people, but that doesn't mean you're weak, Naruto said at last. Do you remember the preliminaries of our Chunin exams? Before then, you were always so timid. After standing up to Neji, you started to change, and now you've become really strong. He grinned at Hinata as she gaped at him with a stunned expression, her face the kind that made him think of someone who'd just been hit with a lightning jutsu. I don't think you have to worry about slowing me down. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hinata looked away. Her cheeks were distinctly red. Naruto chuckled and stood up. You're welcome. Now, you should probably get some sleep. A ninja is at their best after a good night's rest. Alright. As he and Hinata crawled back into their respective sleeping bags, Naruto thought about what she had said, that he was strong. It was true that he had grown stronger. However, Naruto remembered how he had nearly died at Pain's hands, how he'd been unable to kill Madara. He might be strong, but I need to become a lot stronger than I am now. Naruto went to sleep, thoughts of training, battle, and ramen on his mind. Zox. The next morning, Naruto and Hinata got ready for their infiltration mission, which meant changing themselves into someone else. While the transformation jutsu was enough to sneak around normal villages, it wouldn't work in a ninja village. Most hidden villages had sensor ninja capable of detecting chakra emissions. They would easily detect the fluctuation in a person's chakra while they were under a henge. What's more, the henge was not a true transformation. A simple touch would dispel it, and while Naruto's transformation was different, Hinata's was not. That was why Naruto had a clone apply makeup to him and Hinata. He had also brought out several different types of clothing, a couple of wigs, and even an ornate kago with golden designs of dragons. They were going to the village as nobles, so having several of his clones carry him and Hinata on the kago would help them look the part. "Why do you have all that stuff in your scrolls?" asked Kiba, staring at the pile of various random objects that Naruto had pulled from his scroll. "Because you never know when something might prove useful," Naruto said. Kiba picked up a male G-string and twitched several times. "How is this useful?" "I once used it to infiltrate a nightclub as a male stripper." "Gah!" Kiba tossed the G-string away and, his face now green, glared at Naruto. "Tell me these things before I touch them." "If you don't want to touch something that's been in my ass, then just don't touch anything," Naruto replied mildly. Kiba was about to come up with a retort when, unexpectedly, a snorting sound issued from Shino. Everyone, even the clones, turned to look at the normally stoic shinobi. Shino was hunched over and holding a hand to his ribs. He looked like he was in pain, but Naruto knew better. Did you just laugh?" asked Kiba. "I did not," Shino replied, trying to remain stoic. "You did. You totally laughed at me. This isn't funny, man. I just touched something that's been in Naruto's crack." "Don't worry," Naruto quipped. "You aren't the only one who's touched stuff that have been in my butt crack." "Shut up." The clones finished putting the makeup on. Naruto and Hinata stood up, already decked out in their new outfits. Shaking his arms a bit, Naruto tried to get used to the feel and weight of his kimono. With its swirling designs and elaborate gold dragon motifs, his outfit screamed wealthy. His hakama pants had the same designs. He walked over to the pile of items that he had unsealed, his Geta sandals clacking against the rocky ground, knelt down, and rummaged through the pile. "Let's see. For me. I think this one would work." Naruto pulled out a brown wig and a hair net. After using the net to keep his hair from sticking out, he put on the wig, and stood up. Turning, he spread his arms as though presenting himself to an audience. "Well, what do you guys think?" "Whoa," Kiba muttered. "What he said," Shino seconded. Hinata clapped her hands together. I don't even recognize you, Naruto-kun." "Right?" Naruto grinned proudly. "Anyway, Hinata, come here for a moment. We need to choose which wig you'll be wearing." Okay." Hinata stood up, the long sleeves of her silver furosode rustling and swaying. She smoothed out the wrinkles around her chest, which helped accentuate her lithe figure and shapely bust. The obi that she wore, a light purple with silver accents, sparkled ever so slightly as the sunlight hit it from different angles. She stumbled only once as she walked over. Naruto could tell she wasn't used to Geta sandals. Rummaging through his pile of items again, it took Naruto several tries to find something that he thought would look good on Hinata. It had to adequately disguise her. His immediate thought had been to make her a blonde, but he discarded it. Hinata didn't have the makings of a natural blonde. Brown also didn't work. Neither did red. Naruto stared into Hinata's eyes. She was wearing contacts right now. The Hyuga eye was always distinctive because of its milky color and lack of pupil. Right now, the contacts changed her eyes from a milk-like purple to a darker amethyst with a pupil. What is it?" Hinata asked, trying everything in her power to hide her blush. "I think I've got the perfect color." Naruto dug into the pile some more and began pulling objects out. Most of it was junk like training weights, rubber balls, Pez dispensers, and Jenga blocks. Those he tossed. "No. Not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. Nope. No. Not it. No. Here it is." Standing up, Naruto held out his hand. Resting on his palm was a light purple wig. It was short, not even shoulder length, and had a fringe in the front. While it shared the same color scheme as Hinata's hair, it was several shades darker and didn't have the same aesthetic. "It should work. We'll have to knot your hair and put it into a net, but I think this would work well to disguise you," he said. If you really think so, Naruto-kun, then I'll wear it," Hinata muttered. "That's the spirit." It didn't take Naruto long to place her hair in a knot. Hinata had some really silky hair. It reminded him of Koyuki, who had the softest hair out of all the women who were with him. He liked to run his hands through her hair, though he wouldn't do that to Hinata. "There we go," Naruto said as he placed the hair net over her, making sure to tuck in the few remaining strands that escaped. "Put the wig on and let's see how it looks." Hinata put the wig on. Naruto, Shino, and Kiba blinked at the same time. She really did look like another person entirely. If I hadn't been the one to apply her makeup and choose her clothing, I probably wouldn't recognize her, Naruto said. Shino pushed his glasses up his nose. Indeed. This does not look like Hinata at all. Nice. Kiba gave Hinata a thumbs up. Hinata just blushed. Okay. Naruto clapped his hands. I think we're about ready. Now I just need to seal this stuff away, make some clones, and then we can get this mission started. Zox. Naruto and Hinata rode on top of the large kago. Unlike normal kago, this one was made from peach wood. It was light yet durable, and it was plated in gold. He and Hinata were sitting on several thick cushions while 4 Naruto clones hinged to look like brothers carried them. Fortunately, his clones used the same type of transformation as him. No sensor ninja would detect any chakra emissions or fluctuations. They were plodding along a forest with no road, which made it kind of difficult for the clones to carry the kago. The floor was uneven, so they kept slipping. This naturally caused Naruto and Hinata to lose their balance and fall into each other. Naruto had been forced to wrap his arms around Hinata, but all that did was make her blush, despite how it fit in with their disguise. Are you sure this is necessary? Hinata asked. Positive, Naruto said. We can't just go into a hidden village as normal civilians. With the elemental nations in a state of war, there's no way a village that has remained hidden like Kuza would ever allow a couple of regular people know of their location. Only someone with a high standing would ever be told. Hence our disguise. I guess that's true, Hinata murmured. Right. That's why I came up with our roles. If we go there as nobles that are friends with the noble Tanaki, then our chances of keeping suspicion off us goes up. I see. Hinata remained silent for a second. Then she looked at him, and though her cheeks remained red, her eyes were determined. Then what should I be doing? Just pretend you're my wife. Wife? Don't start blushing now, Naruto admonished. This is no time to be self-conscious. We have to look like a convincing couple or this won't work. Then I should. Naruto almost rolled his eyes, though he stopped himself because he knew Hinata wasn't to blame. She had never dated anyone. She was not engaged. She had probably never even kissed yet. To expect her to act like a wife, especially to the guy who rejected her, was asking for a lot. However, this war depended on their act. It needed to be convincing. Naruto leaned against the pillows and pulled Hinata against him so her head was lying on his chest, and her body was resting between his legs. Hinata squeaked, but then she put a hand on his chest and the tension slowly eased out of her shoulders. Here. Just remain calm. If you can maintain your poise and follow my lead, everything will work out. Hinata didn't say anything, but she did nod against his chest. Naruto sighed. He needed to keep everyone's eyes on him, keep them from observing Hinata too closely. Everything was going to depend on his performance. No pressure. It wasn't long before they came out of the forest and into a large glade with incredibly long grass that was nearly as tall as Naruto. The clones waded into the grass. Up ahead lay Kusagakur, the hidden grass village. Kuza was not like Konoha. While Konoha looked like a really big city with a lot of trees, Kuza looked like a decently sized village. It wasn't just that it was smaller. There was no wall surrounding it, so Naruto had a perfect glimpse of all the buildings. They were small huts made of wood and grass, easy to take down and rebuild. The huts were also made of organic substances that blended in with their surroundings. Naruto imagined that, should he peer at this village with a bird's eye view, he probably wouldn't have seen anything. Naruto relaxed against the pillow and Hinata relaxed against him as the clones took them closer to the village. He couldn't sense any movement aside from his clones. That didn't surprise him. Kusagakur was the hidden grass village for a reason. Even if he couldn't detect their movement, Naruto knew, instinctively, that there were several ninja tailing them. Hinata, can you see how many people are surrounding us? Because they were supposed to be a married noble couple and Hinata didn't want anyone seeing her eyes, she pressed her face against his chest as though basking in his scent. Naruto did his best to hide her temples from view as she used the Byakugan. The veins that bulged from there when the Byakugan was activated would give away who she was. There are 6 ninja to our left and right, and 3 behind us, she informed him. So, 9 in total, Naruto murmured. If they were suspicious of us, there would be more ninja surrounding us. Okay, let's keep up the charade. They left the grass and came upon clear land. Naruto realized that it was a burn zone. It seemed even the grass ninja, masters at traveling through and hiding in grass like this, were wary of letting it encroach upon their village. The clones carried them all the way to the Kusagakur. They were stopped by a pair of ninja before they could enter. Hold it right there, you two, a woman dressed in a black battle kimono said. The chain mesh underneath her shirt jingled as she stopped in front of them. She had black hair and black eyes, and her skin was so pale it could almost be considered ghostly. State your business and how you found this place along with the password. The password is Red Dawn, Naruto said. The woman twitched as though surprised. He continued. We're here because we wanted to hire Kuza for a mission. Your village was suggested to us by Tanaki Gasuren. Tanaki. The kunoichi scowled, and, for just a moment, Naruto thought he saw irritation in the woman's eyes. Then she took a deep breath and held it for a second before sighing. Follow me, My name is Moroku Kuroko, Naruto introduced himself. This is my wife, Ekine. And those 4 carrying you? Mere slaves I bought on the market several years back. Naruto waved a dismissive hand. Pay them no mind. The kunoichi's frown deepened, but she turned around and gestured to them. Fine. Follow me. Naruto's 4 clones grunted as they moved after the woman. As they entered the village, Naruto realized that it was a lot larger than he had initially estimated. From far away, all he could see were the few buildings in the front. Traveling through the dirt road, Naruto could see that the village was a lot longer than it was wide. Hundreds of buildings lay sprawled before them. All of them were made of wood and straw and grass, cobbled together from nature. They didn't look comfortable, but he knew that was a matter of aesthetics. They soon reached a large building. This one, unlike the others, did not look natural. It was still made of wood, but where the others looked like a bunch logs piled on top of each other, this one looked more man-made. The walls were smooth and glossy. Even the door looked more opulent than all of the other entrances he had passed. Kusakage-sama. The woman knocked on the door. You have guests who wish to hire our village. There was a pause. Then. Send them in. Yes, master. The woman turned to them and glared at the 2 of them. You may go in. However, do not forget that I won't hesitate to cut you down if you try to harm my master in any way. Naruto leapt off the kago, and then extended his hand for Hinata to take. Her smaller fingers coiled around his larger hand. Naruto helped her off the kago, and together, they walked inside of the building that supposedly held the leader of this village. The room they stepped into was quite Spartan, but it wasn't barren. There was no carpet. Wooden panels squeaked beneath their feet. Portraits hung from the walls, just a few of them. Naruto believed they were the previous leaders of this village. Most of them were old men around the same age that Hiruzen Sarutobi had been before his death. This room also had a small cot, which sat in the corner of the room. Tearing his attention away from the portraits, Naruto looked toward the desk sitting on the opposite side of the room. An old man sat behind the desk. His brown hair flecked with streaks of gray. He had wrinkles around his mouth and eyes. He was wearing plain brown robes, but hidden underneath them glinted a shiny chestplate. The old man was taking notes, though he noticed them right away, at least enough to speak. Welcome, Namikaze Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, he said. Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I'd congratulate you on finding my village, but you won't be alive for much longer, so I'll save my breath. Naruto and Hinata both tensed as a dozen shinobi appeared from the shadows. Because he had been actively suppressing his chakra to avoid detection, Naruto hadn't been able to sense them. He suspected the only reason they hadn't outright attacked was because they were wary. A Hyuga and the son of the Yondaime Hokage were not people that anyone could just take on. Even a surprise attack was unlikely to work, especially thanks to the Hyuga's Byakugan. How did you know who we were? Naruto asked as he released his hold on his carefully suppressed reserves of chakra. It flowed through him, circulating along his chakra pathways, enhancing his body. The Kuza leader studied him for a moment as though debating on what to say. In the end, he answered Naruto's question. Pain-sama knew that you would begin to try and find our hidden villages at some point. Unlike Konoha, we are true hidden villages, and thus you cannot defeat us unless you can find us. That was why we laid several traps to lure you all here. Had it not been our village, then another village would have been the one to lead you into the jaws of death. So that was it. All of the minor ninja villages had purposefully planted information in places that were easily accessible for the purpose of leading him into an ambush. His next question would have been how they knew he would show up, but he already knew the answer. One does not keep a powerful shinobi like him in reserve. He also didn't want to be the kind of person who sat in the back. Pain must have known this as well. Naruto eyed the shinobi surrounding them. There were 12. Each of them wore black kimono-like battle garments, a mesh suit underneath, and a black obi tied into a bow knot around their waists. Some carried kunai, a few carried katanas. One of them even had a sickle. "Oh," the Kuza leader said again, "and if you're thinking of calling those two friends of yours, do not bother. They are already being taken care of." Zox. Kiba and Shino were hidden several kilometers from Kusagakure. While Shino remained calm and collected, Kiba looked like he was about to start pacing. The Inazuku clan heir was biting his thumb, brows furrowed as almost unnoticeable growls escaped from his throat. Shino almost sighed. Their job was to wait for Naruto and Hinata to return from their intelligence-gathering mission, or, in the event that they ran into trouble, extract the two after receiving the signal. Shino didn't know what the signal was, but Naruto had said that he would know it when he saw it. He took that to mean Naruto would use a flashy Ranten jutsu or something along those lines. Extraction would be easy if it became necessary. Shino and Kiba didn't even need to move from where they were. All they had to do was stab Naruto's Hiraishin kunai into a tree, and Naruto would instantly appear before them with Hinata. As these thoughts went through his head, Shino suddenly stiffened as several of the Kikaiku that he had used to set a perimeter around them alerted him to multiple presences closing in on their location. "Kiba. I smell them." The two leapt away from each other. Seconds later, the area where they had been standing suddenly became entangled in vines and roots that sprouted from the ground. Shino pointed his hands at the vines. Hundreds of Kikaiku swarmed out from his sleeves, latched onto the vines, and consumed the chakra being used to fuel them. As he landed on the ground, he directed his arm toward the area where one of his Kikaiku told him someone was hiding. Bugs one again burst from his sleeves. They flew over to the chakra signature his Kikaiku sensed, but they didn't get very far because, barely a second later, the entire swarm was cut down in several flashes of light. While this sucked, Shino hated it when his Kikaiku died. It did mean that his attacker had to reveal themselves. She stood before him, clad in a dark kimono that only went to mid-thigh. Fishnet weave was hidden beneath the black outfit, which was tied shut with a black obi. Brown hair tied into a ponytail that trailed down her back all the way to her feet swayed with every motion she made. A kunai was held with a reverse grip in each hand. A little ways over, Kiba was already fighting with his opponent, a male who looked to be made entirely of muscle. Their fight was already getting pretty physical. Kiba and Akamaru hadn't used their Getsuga yet, but Shino figured it was only a matter of time. His fellow shinobi had never been the patient type. "I see." Shino pushed his sunglasses up his nose and stared at his opponent. "You knew we were here all along, didn't you? I thought it was unusual how information about your village had been so easily acquired. This is your trap. If you know that, it should make things easier on you," the woman said. "Give up now and I'll make your death painless." "I apologize, but the one who dies this day will not be me." Bugs flew from his sleeves and gathered around him, a whirling mass of black. At the same time, hundreds of bugs sprang up from the ground and latched onto the kunoichi, who yelped in surprise. "Give up now, or my bugs will drain you of all your chakra." Despite what Shino said, the woman didn't seem to have much interest in giving up. Her body shifted, quickly turning green and sinking to the ground as what he thought was a person became several vines looped together. This must be some kind of Kuza replacement technique, or maybe a grass clone? He didn't know much about Kuza's jutsu. They, like other hidden villages, zealously guarded their specialized techniques. Shino clicked his tongue. He should have known this fight wouldn't be that easy. Zox. Naruto was confused. He eyed the people surrounding him and Hinata, who was standing back to back with him, wondering if everyone here had lost their minds. They knew who he was, which meant they must also know of his abilities. He might not be able to take down every ninja in this village. Even so, he was pretty sure he could decimate at least half of this village on his own before they took him down. "I'd like to give all of you one chance to back down," Naruto said. "If you don't, then you have to know that this place is going to become a bloodbath." "I'm sure it will," the Kuza leader said. You aren't an opponent that I'd normally risk fighting an upfront confrontation. Fortunately, we don't need to kill you. We only need to stall for time. What does that mean? Without knowing what their goal was, Naruto decided that the best thing he could do was defeat everyone there and escape with Hinata. The kunai he had left with Kiba and Shino hadn't been stabbed into the ground yet. They were probably busy fighting. He would need to make an escape route on his own. Fine then. Naruto moved his hands into his infamous cross seal. If this is how you want to do things, then I won't hold back. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto didn't often create mass shadow clones and use them as mobs anymore, partially because it just wasted chakra, but it was also because such tactics couldn't defeat a stronger opponent. In this instance, however, it was fine. He wasn't facing one strong adversary. It was him and Hinata against an entire village. For this, shadow clones were perfect. The large cloud of smoke that enveloped the room was quickly blown away when 50 Narutos unleashed a single wind jutsu at the same time. Fu Uten, Daitapa. Every Naruto sucked in a deep breath and expelled a devastating stream of wind from their mouths. The attack tore apart the ground. Ninja were lifted off their feet and sent sailing. Walls exploded and the ceiling was blown away. Only Naruto and Hinata, who stood in the center of the Naruto clones formation, were left undisturbed. At least, that was his first assumption. When several ninjas suddenly leapt from underneath the ground, he realized he was wrong. They must have used the Moguregakure no Jutsu just before his clones unleashed their Daitapa. Hinata! He called. On it. Hinata straightened her back and, with a grace that belied her strength, began to move her arms in intricate and seemingly random patterns. Chakra emitted from her hand. The blue light from her chakra created streaks through the air. These streaks crissed and crossed, forming into a net that surrounded her on all sides. Shugo Haki Rakujuion Sho. While Hinata created her impenetrable weave, Naruto leapt into the air. He soared far above everyone's head. To reach even higher heights, he sent wind chakra to the bottom of his feet, which acted as a propulsion and sent him higher. Down below, a number of grass-based ninjutsu tried to attack Hinata, but they were all cut down, sliced into oblivion by the paper-thin streaks of chakra being emitted from Hinata's palms. This, Naruto knew, was one of her original techniques. I can't let her do all the work. Pulling a scroll from a pouch strapped to his back, Naruto quickly unfurled it, bit his thumb, and smeared the blood across a seal inked onto the parchment. The moment he did, several dozen tri-pronged kunai descended from the sky. They impaled the ground for nearly a kilometer out. Kusagakure was about 10 square kilometers long and 5 wide. The area where his kunai landed was not a significant portion of the hidden village. That said, this should be enough. Connected to his kunai via the seal, Naruto quickly activated the Hiraishin. The Kuza forces didn't know what had hit them. Naruto attacked faster than anyone could blink, faster than human thought or even the speed of light. He appeared next to every ninja within his kunai's radius and dealt with them. A hit to the back. A kunai to thighs. A low-powered down Rasengan to the chest. His blows were not lethal. Killing them was not his objective this time. These people were just pawns being used by Pain to wage war. They weren't innocent, but killing them would only bring unnecessary hatred to the world. As someone who shared in his sensei's dream, Naruto didn't want this war to end with more countries steeped in hate. Several hundred Kuza ninja lay on the ground by the time he was done. Their groans of pain echoed across the village. All of them were hurt but alive. For now. That could change depending on this village's leader. Naruto turned to the village leader, whose wide eyes were staring at the devastation that had been wrought in this part of his village. He eyed the bodies, sweat dripping from his face. Sensing the fear that radiated from him, Naruto knew, without a doubt, that this was his only chance to seek a peaceful-ish resolution. Do you still think you can win? Naruto asked. He spread his arms to indicate the many bodies lying around him. Do you really want to keep fighting me? If you do, this is what the end result will be. How? The Kuza ninja choked. How is it that you've defeated so many of my ninja? What kind of monster are you? The kind who is willing to let you all live if you listen. Naruto didn't let the words bother him. He had been called monster many times in the past. Let us leave your village, and we will let you go. Refuse to let us leave, and I'll make sure that my next attack is lethal. Some, like Danzo, would have called Naruto soft for giving his enemy a choice like this. Naruto didn't agree. Jiraiya wouldn't either. If nothing else, by giving this man a choice, He was allowing the other side to spare themselves from more bloodshed. The Kuza leader stared at Naruto. He stared long and hard and with eyes that reminded Naruto of a scared kitten. Finally, at long last, the man sighed, his shoulders dropping. You can leave. We won't fight you anymore." Naruto nodded. "That's a good choice." Sadly, before Naruto could leave, a voice spoke up from above. "No, I'm afraid that you will not be leaving here this day." Naruto looked up to see Pain, or rather, Yahiko's reanimated body, floating above the village. His eyes were locked firmly onto Naruto. The sense of triumph seen in those eyes disturbed him, but what was more disturbing was the action Pain was taking. His hands were aimed at the village. "This is where you die. Shinra-tensei." Zox. Kiba faced off against his opponent the same way that he always did, with brash impulsiveness. "Let's go, Akamaru." Arf. They rushed forward in tandem, using the Jujin Bunshin to attack together. Each attack launched was done with the intent to kill or cause grievous harm. A claw slash to the throat. An attempt at tearing out the jugular. Trying to pierce the chest with a clawed jab. None of their attacks worked. The man before them was like a rock. Each attack they launched glanced off their opponent's body. Large, imposing, his body had long since turned a dark gray, just like a boulder. Yet even boulders were weaker than this. Kiba would have already destroyed him if his body had the durability of granite. His chakra must be powerful. Kiba narrowed his eyes. In that case. Come on, Akamaru. It's time to finish this. Gatsuga. Launching themselves off the ground, Kiba and Akamaru began spinning at a rate so insane they looked like a pair of miniature tornadoes. They zeroed in on their opponent. The man did not move. He took their attacks head on, and though he skidded across the ground from the power behind their two-pronged attack, he did not keel over. "Let's do this again." The Gatsuga was a technique that allowed Kiba and Akamaru to attack multiple times. Each time they hit the ground, they bounded off again and attacked from a different angle. They also didn't remain one-dimensional. Kiba would use the trees as springboards, ignoring the way they exploded as he shot off of them like a cannonball. He drilled into the ninja he was facing over and over again. His opponent still didn't keel over. The only sign of damage was his shredded clothes and the bruises that covered the places where Kiba or Akamaru had hit him multiple times. "It seems like my attacks can do damage, but that strange shell of his is incredibly hard. To defeat him, Akamaru and I will have to drill him in the same spot over and over again." This was turning into a pain. "You should give up, boy," the large man said. "My Iwa no Yoroi is impossible for regular ninja to break through." Yeah. Keep telling yourself that. Ready, Akamaru? Arf. Kiba popped a pill into his mouth, crunched, then swallowed. He then tossed Akamaru a pill, which his dog caught in its mouth. The pills were nothing special. It was just a regular soldier's pill. However, regular or not, the temporary boost in power it granted would be useful. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Crouching down on all fours, Kiba felt his hackles raise. His senses became unbelievably acute. He could hear the rustling of the trees, to the point where he could count the number of individual rustles. The minute shifts in air currents were easily felt. Beneath his hands, he could feel the vibrations in the earth from Shino's battle meters away and also from the numerous animals that were hiding around him. Even his opponent's breath could be felt, heard, and smelled, and boy did his breath smell bad. "What sort of technique is this?" asked the enemy shinobi. "Have you become a dog? Fine, then, dog. Why don't we play fetch?" The Kuza ninja wrapped his arms around a tree, and, with a grunt of effort, tore the tree out of the ground, roots and all. He then tossed the tree at Kiba. Of course, even though the tree was moving at an impressive speed, for the fairly enhanced Kiba, it was easy to dodge. He and Akamaru leapt away from each other. The tree slammed into another tree and exploded. They ignored the scene and rushed forward. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared next to Kiba. Akamaru quickly bounded back over to him. Then all three of them performed hand seals and combined. Jinju Kongo Henge, Santoro. Smoke erupted from the three of them, covering the entire field. Kiba groaned in discomfort as he felt his body stretch and elongate and combine with Akamaru and his clone. Bones popped with a crack, muscles tore and reformed. This wasn't the henge, a simple illusory transformation. This was something else entirely. Before the smoke could blow away, Kiba, who was in control of their combined bodies, forced them into a spin. He curled into a ball and rolled along the ground at speeds that were even faster than the Gatsuga. Uiga Gatenga. He slammed into his opponent, crushing the man underneath the rotating force of his spin. Despite this, the man hadn't been felled. He had grabbed onto them. His arms were being shredded apart as he tried to stop their fierce rolling. Kiba could feel blood caking his skin. His vision was painted with a red haze as the crimson liquid splattered against the ground. A loud scream erupted from his mouth as the enemy shinobi tried to push Kiba back, but that was impossible. Kiba had combined with Akamaru and his shadow clone. This man didn't have the strength required for such a task. Orya. With one final push, Kiba increased the speed and power of his roll. Several loud crunches echoed through the clearing. Gurgled screaming came from underneath them. Then Kiba was rolling past the man, shattering a tree that he slammed into before he could stop. White smoke engulfed the area. Kiba disengaged the jutsu, separating himself, Akamaru, and his clone. While the clone dispelled, Akamaru barked and followed him at a trot as he walked over to the downed ninja. The man was quite dead, obvious enough from the wide-eyed death stare and the fact that he wasn't breathing. His skin had returned to its normal color. Fragments of his ribs jutted from his body, blood dripping from them. "I see you took care of your opponent," Shino said as he approached them. Kiba looked up. "Yeah. You took care of yours as well?" "Of course." Pushing his glasses up his nose, Shino looked at the dead ninja that Kiba had faced. "Unlike you, however, I left mine alive." "We're ninja." Kiba shrugged. "Killing is our job." "True enough. I would have normally killed her, but Naruto wishes to end this war with as little bloodshed as possible." Shino cocked his head to the side. He has become quite the capable ninja, but he's still Naruto at heart. Kiba placed his hands behind his head and looked at the sky. "Hey, yeah. That damn Naruto keeps on getting stronger, but just you wait. One of these days, I'll surpass him and become Hokage." "Keep telling yourself that." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Zox. Several kilometers outside of Kusagakur, Naruto fell to his knees and vomited blood. His chest heaved as 1,000 stakes pierced his insides, generating a sharp pain with every breath. He had just used the Hiraishin to transport over 2,000 people in a single instant. The Hiraishin worked on the principles of chakra consumption, which meant that the amount of chakra required to activate the jutsu increased based on the length he was traveling and number of people being transported. Normally, a kilometer was nothing for Naruto, whose maximum range was 165 kilometers. However, he had just transported over 2,000 people. Even Naruto, a chakra monster in his own right, couldn't use the Hiraishin to move that many people and not suffer the consequences. Still, if I hadn't tossed that kunai and used this jutsu at the last second, everyone would have been. My village. The Kusagakur leader stared at the remains of Kusa in horror. Kusagakur was gone. The village that had once traveled across the country was no more. Now it was just a massive crater surrounded by rubble. Shinra Tensei. That move must have been the same one that destroyed Kumagakure. From a glance, Naruto could easily determine that it ran along the same principles of the Hiraishin. It became more powerful when more chakra was used. Who knew such a powerful technique existed? Hinata. Naruto rasped. And Naruto-kun. Hinata was kneeling by his side the moment he called her. Her eyes were quite wide as she stared at the blood gushing from his mouth. Are you all right? You're bleeding. I need you to get everyone out of here, Naruto said. He stood up with a groan. It hurt even doing that. It was like 1,000 icy needles stabbing into his legs. I can't afford to retreat now. I've overused the Hiraishin, so I need you to gather these people and escort them away from here. But, Hinata tried to interject. You. Naruto pointed at the Kusa leader. Follow Hinata out of here. She'll take you somewhere safe. The man stared at him. Why are you helping us? Because I didn't save your asses just so you could die. Naruto barked. Now hurry up and leave. Despite how shitty he must have looked right then, what with the blood and everything, no one disobeyed his orders. Even Hinata only glanced at him once before ushering everyone away. Naruto watched them leave before turning his head toward the sky. He floated there, his black cloak with red clouds flapping in the wind. Purple eyes with concentric rings stared down at him like a god looking at a bug. Naruto clicked his tongue at the sense of superiority coming from this man. Nagato. I've come to claim the Kyuubi, Nagato said. Is that so? Naruto looked around and realized with a faint sense of worry that he was surrounded. All 5 of Pain's other paths were surrounding him. Asura. Human. Animal. Preta. Naraka. I see you're going all out for this. Pain descending, landing on the ground with the lightness of a feather. He looked at his paths. Then he looked back at Naruto. Against such a strong opponent, I cannot afford to go easy. Is that how it is? Naruto slid his feet apart, adopting a slightly wider stance than normal. If that's how you feel. He didn't put his hands in a guard. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of him and curled his fingers inward as though they were claws. Then I guess, I will also have to go all out. With little thought, the seal that separated him from Kurama turned, and Namikaze Naruto unleashed the full power contained within the seal. Zox. Shino and Kiba were surprised when, after traveling toward Kusa, they instead found Hinata leading several thousand people away from Kusagakure. There was a man with her. He was old and wearing ninja garb like those of the Kusa ninjas they had fought. Actually, it looked like there were several ninja with her. That just made them more confused. Hinata, what's going on here? Asked Kiba. And Naruto-kun, Hinata started, he's fighting against someone really strong. That person leveled the entire village with a single jutsu. What? Kiba shouted. It must be the same person who destroyed Kumo, Shino said. I believe his name was Pain. This was not good. Naruto was powerful, easily one of the most powerful ninja in their forces, but Pain had destroyed one of the 5 most powerful ninja villages by himself. Shino believed in Naruto's strength. That said, even Naruto would be hard-pressed to defeat an opponent like that on his own. Then let's go save that blockhead, Kiba said, he and Akamaru already preparing to rush off. Absolutely not. Shino suddenly snapped. Bois? Kiba gave Shino a dumb look. But Shino. You heard what Hinata said. Naruto is stronger than all 3 of us put together, Shino responded calmly. What do you think you can do against someone like Pain that Naruto can't? Well, that's all you'd be doing is getting in the way. Kiba's shoulders slumped. Why you don't have to put it like that? Zox. Kushios no Jutsu. Saliva dripped from the jaws of 3 different heads. Muscular legs flexed as massive claws tore apart the earth. Midnight fur, blacker than anything Naruto had ever seen, glimmered with a strange glossiness that made him think of slick blood. As Naruto stared down the giant 3-headed dog, he wondered about the kind of karma he must have incurred to face such a beast. The dog howled as it pounced on him. Naruto split it in half with a single blade of wind. He already knew that this creature split apart when it was hit. Several thousand more wind blades erupted in front of Naruto, cutting and slicing, splitting apart the air and the dog summons. To add insult to injury, Naruto further infused his wind blades with lightning chakra. The dog summons disappeared in a puff of smoke. Before he could revel in his victory, the Asura path pulled out his left arm, revealing a long metal wire with several strange objects attached to it. When those objects launched from its arm and flew at him, Naruto realized they were projectiles. With his golden shroud of chakra covering him, with Kurama's power flowing through him, Naruto raced ahead of the projectiles. That was when they surprised him. The projectiles didn't just hit the ground. They followed him, chasing after him like Akamaru chased a ball when playing fetch. Thanks to his powers, he easily kept ahead of them, but he couldn't get them off his tail. I need to do something. Why not make them explode? Good idea. Thanks, Fox. Whatever. Spinning around, Naruto created 2 arms that erupted from his back. He formed a Rasengan in both and slammed them into the first projectile. The results were shocking. Naruto winced as the projectiles exploded in a violent spray of luminescent fire. Heat washed over his face. The smoke made him wince. He could practically feel the heat singing his skin, burning off the follicles of hair on his arms. What kind of projectile explodes like this? He was probably better of not thinking about it, and besides, it wasn't like he had time to think about it. Naruto hadn't noticed it before, but while he'd been fighting those projectiles, the Deva Path, Yahiko, had been aiming right at him. Banshu Tenon. Naruto felt something tug him toward the Deva Path. He was lifted off his feet and flew forward, his stomach churning. The world around him blurred. Fortunately, he was pretty used to high-speed movement. So, This is the Deva Path's attraction power. Naruto already knew how to deal with this. He made 6 hands extend from his cloak. They flew toward Pain, though they never reached him before the Preta Path leapt in front of the Deva Path, arms extended. Naruto cut the chakra before the Preta Path could absorb it. He then shot forward with wind chakra blasting from his feet, appeared in front of the Preta Path, shut off his cloak, and drilled it with a powerful punch. There was no chakra involved. It was just a physical attack. However, it was specifically because the attack was nothing more than brute strength that it did so well. The Preta Path broke. Naruto felt its chest cave in, bones snapping with a sickeningly wet cracking sound. As the Preta Path fell to the ground, Naruto reactivated the cloak and tried to attack the Deva Path. Kushios no Jutsu. Damn it. Naruto leapt into the air as a large bird with a giant beak tried impaling him. He extended another claw, channeled his chakra to create a Rasengan, and then channeled even more to make a bigger Rasengan. Before the bird had time to move further than 15 feet away, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into. A massive explosion lit the sky. Naruto was pushed higher into the air. The bird blew up in the explosion. As he ascended into the sky, Naruto saw Deva soaring toward him. Using Kurama's power, Naruto created a large wall of chakra behind him, spun around so his feet hit the wall, and used it as a springboard. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Deva was just a distraction until several projectiles slammed into his side and exploded. He cried out and swerved off course. By that point, Deva was above him and already prepared to use a jutsu. Shinra Tensei. Naruto had no idea how powerful this attack would be. He'd already learned that the Shinra Tensei varied in power based on the amount of chakra used. It could simply push someone away, but it could also destroy an entire village. Knowing this, Naruto used the speed granted by Kurama's chakra shroud to avoid the attack. Rather than leaping away, he leapt up. Shinra Tensei was an attack that expanded its radius the further it traveled. That was why Pain needed to float high above a village to destroy it. Otherwise it wouldn't become large enough. With his chakra shroud, Naruto easily outpaced the jutsu. He appeared in the sky seconds before a massive crater, not quite the size of the one that destroyed Kuza but easily several dozen meters wide, appeared on the earth. Naruto wanted to attack Deva. His initial plan was to destroy the Deva Path now, clearly the most powerful of them, but before he could, a loud whine filled the air. Naruto turned his head. A dozen projectiles were coming his way. Damn it. Gnashing his teeth together, Naruto propelled himself through the air with his chakra. The projectiles followed. They stuck to him like glue. He weaved and juked and rolled and dove, but nothing worked. I need to destroy them. He turned around and faced the projectiles. His plan was to destroy them with wind blades. Shinra Tensei. What? Naruto cried out as something slammed into his back, pushing him forward, directly into the path of the projectiles. His gums flapped as he hurtled across the air. He could see the projectiles clearly now. They looked like small ovals made of metal, they were like nothing he'd ever seen. I need to. He knew what he needed to do. However, actually doing it was difficult when he was speeding through the air like a freaking comet. With a snarl on his face, Naruto gathered chakra to create several clawed hands, 9 in total, which he used to cover himself from head to toe. The projectiles impacted against his claws, and Naruto winced as he was jostled inside of the barrier, but he didn't get hurt. The explosions ceased. Knowing that he had less than a second to act, Naruto decided on a course of action. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto created 12 clones. Each one had the same golden shroud as him. Since that was the case, it should mean they were also indistinguishable and had comparative power to him as well. 11 of them split into twos and went after their chosen target. The 12th clone disappeared into the distance. Naruto and the clone that he had teamed up with went after the most dangerous path, the Naraka path. Because it had the ability to restore the broken bodies of the other paths, it currently presented the largest threat. If he wanted to defeat Pain, or at least escape, then he needed to take care of that one first. The clone charged on ahead while Naruto extended all 9 of his available chakra claws. He created a Rasen Shuriken on each one, and then, while Naraka was distracted by his clone, he slammed all 9 of them into the path. A massive explosion sent Naruto sailing backwards. He grimaced as dirt, twigs, and rocks pummeled him. Up ahead, a giant dome of swirling energy rained destruction upon everything. It expanded, tearing at the ground, decimating the area. The wind howled as though it was a beast crying out to the heavens. When the attack finally died down, a crater that was at least 50 meters wide filled his vision. Well, that was a lot more powerful than I had expected it to be. No one was coming up to fight him, so Naruto used this small interlude in the battle to observe his surroundings. It looked like his attack had taken out all of his clones. He couldn't see them anymore. There were also only 3 of Pain's paths left. Deva was still flying above him. Preta was standing on a small island inside of the crater. It looked like Preta's chakra absorption ability had saved it. Human was also present, though that path was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. The other 3 paths were nowhere to be seen. "You are far more dangerous than I could have imagined," Deva said suddenly. "I had not realized you had mastered Kyuubi's chakra to this extent. You are indeed a pupil of Jiraiya's." "Aw, stop it. You're gonna make me blush," Naruto said dryly. "It looks like the tables have turned, Pain. Now that our situation has come to this, there's no way I'm letting you go." "We'll see," was all Pain said. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The battle started up again. Naruto encased himself once more in his chakra shroud and summoned 10 clones. While the clones immediately split in half and attacked either Deva or Preta, Naruto rushed over to the human path, which had just now stood to its feet. Rasengan Barrage. 6 chakra claws extended from his back, each one forming a Rasengan that he shoved into the human path's back. No explosion went up this time. However, the human path was shredded apart. Its body tore like wet paper, limbs flying everywhere as blood spewed from the resulting wounds. With Narika dead, this path would not be restored ever again. Naruto surveyed the other 2 battles really quick. Deva was still duking it out with 2 of the 5 clones he had created. They wouldn't last much longer. Preta had already finished his. It made sense. His clones were just chakra constructs, which would be useless against Preta's chakra absorption ability. I need to deal with Preta first. That absorption ability was not just annoying, it was the second most troublesome of Pain's powers. With the ability to absorb chakra, no jutsu would work on it. What's more, it could negate any attack that he delivered to the other paths. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that in mind, Naruto created 1 clone. As smoke exploded all around him, engulfing him and the clones, Naruto created another clone, dropped his cloak, and then transformed himself to look like a Rasen Shuriken. The 2 clones already knew what to do. They lifted him up and, pretending that he was a Rasen Shuriken, acted like they were molding chakra around him. Then they tossed him at Preta, who stood there and raised both hands as though preparing to absorb him. Shinra Tensei. Urk. Naruto couldn't even cry out as a powerful force slammed into him, smashing him against the ground, which cracked underneath him. He felt the sickening snap of several bones breaking. It felt like his ribcage had caved in. He tasted blood on his lips, coppery and gross. The pressure eased up, and Naruto, realizing that he was in trouble, activated his shroud again. A hand grabbed his leg. The shroud disappeared. Twisting his head, Naruto looked at his leg to see Preta grabbing onto him. "Oh. This sucks." Letting go of Kurama's chakra, Naruto kicked the hand holding his leg, forcing Preta to let go. Pushing through the pain, he pushed himself onto his hands and knees and kicked at Preta's head. It missed. Preta had already moved out of his range. An unsettling tap echoed behind him. Naruto looked back to see Deva standing on his other side. Now with Preta in front and Deva in back, he was surrounded, trapped, just like a mouse caught between the paws of a cat. Naruto knew that he was in a bind. If he activated his chakra shroud, then Preta would just absorb it, but if he didn't, then he wouldn't have the strength to fight Deva. Damn it. If only that last clone he had created several minutes ago would hurry up and... A flicker went off in his mind, almost like the metaphorical light bulb, except with this flicker came numerous images that were not his own. His clone had just dispelled. Naruto felt the power rush into him immediately after the clone ceased to exist. While his bones didn't mend, his body felt strong, powerful, as if he could take on the entire world with just his fists. He couldn't see the miraculous transformation that his body underwent, but he knew that, should he look into a mirror, his eyes would have had the orange pigment surrounding them followed by the golden bar-like pupils of a toad. Sage mode had just been activated. Alright. Now this is what I'm talking about. This battle is far from over, Pain. Naruto slid into a new fighting stance, feet spread wide, hands up in a standard guard position near his face. A grin twisted his lips, feral and competitive. In fact, This party is just getting started. Zox. Hinata didn't know how far they had walked anymore. She had completely lost her sense of time and direction. It was a good thing the Kusa leader, who she now knew went by the name Ikaruga, knew the lay of this land perfectly. He was the one leading them now. How much further should we go? Asked Kiba. He and Shino were walking alongside her. I don't know, Hinata said. We should be far enough away from the battle that we wouldn't bother Naruto-kun, but we should inform Hokage-sama about what's happening, Shino said. How are we going to do that? Asked Kiba as he hopped over a large tree root. Shino swerved around a tree, whose branches were connected and tangled like a dozen knots, and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Right now, our only option is returning to Konoha and letting her know what happened. But that will take days, Hinata said. The battle will be finished by then. I know, Shino said quietly. Everyone there understood the gravity of the situation. Naruto was battling against the person who had destroyed Kumo single-handedly. None of them knew if he'd be able to survive against someone like that. I think we should have faith in Naruto, Shino started again. He's strong, stronger than anyone I know. If there is someone who can defeat pain, it would be him. Yeah, I guess you make a point. Kiba clicked his tongue, sighed, and then grinned. That Naruto, he just keeps getting stronger. I'm sure he can beat pain. In the face of such confidence, Hinata could only smile. At the same time, she was worried. Even if she didn't love Naruto as she once did, even if Naruto had rejected her feelings, he still meant a lot to her. Stay safe, Naruto-kun. Zox. Preta was easy to deal with. Sage mode was activated when someone drew nature chakra into oneself and combined it with their own. Only someone who had mastered the art of drawing in nature chakra could properly use it. Anyone else who tried turned into a frog statue. Naruto had simply used Udama Rasengan at Preta, and when the path tried to absorb the chakra, it turned to stone. Naruto then shattered it with a single punch. Now it was just him and Deva. Shinra Tensei. Naruto had already gotten used to Deva's attacks. He only had 3, and both the Shinra Tensei and Banshu Tenin could only be used once every 5 seconds. So long as he dodged, he would have 5 seconds with which to attack. Rushing in, Naruto threw a straight punch, fast and furious, with as much power behind it as he could. Deva dodged. He moved his head aside. However, that did nothing. Naruto, his fist encased in nature chakra, had an extended range. His fist slammed into Deva. The body of Yahiko was sent flying backwards, rocketing through the air like a lightning jutsu. Pain flipped around. His feet struck the ground, tearing the earth apart as he skidded back. 10 meters. Naruto created a shadow clone. 20 meters. Naruto formed a Rasengan and boosted it with Sage Mode, while the clone infused it with Wind Chakra. 30 meters. A loud, bell-like shriek filled the air. 40 meters. Pain didn't stop moving until he'd already been sent 50 meters from his previous position. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto tossed the Rasen Shuriken. Pain held out his hands. Shinra Tensei. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion that caused a shockwave to ripple out from the point of impact. Naruto clung to the ground with chakra. It wasn't enough. Rather, the ground couldn't withstand the force of the shockwave, and it, along with Naruto, was ripped into the air and sent hurtling back. Naruto landed back on the ground crouched like an animal. His feet and hands dug into the ground as he tried to keep from flying back anymore. Up ahead, nearly 20 meters from his previous location, a large cloud of dust and smoke rose into the air. Damn! That was some attack. Standing up, Naruto tried to peer past the smoke, to the other side, where Pain was no doubt doing the same. He couldn't see anything. While that didn't surprise him, it was frustrating. What should I do? The fight was still ongoing. A small lull in the battle wouldn't change that, and he doubted Pain would try to leave now. His opponent didn't have that kind of power. What should my next move be? Naruto was sure that he could win now that he had fought against Pain. 6 of the 5 paths were gone, destroyed, and only the Deva path remained. The Deva path had some obvious and glaring weaknesses. It couldn't use its 2 most prominent jutsu, Shinra Tensei and Banshu Tenin, in quick succession. 5 seconds. That was how long Naruto had to attack before Pain could use those jutsu again. If I could use the Kurama's power again, I'd be able to win, but... Naruto looked at his hands. He was currently still in Sage mode. Until he ran out of nature chakra, he would remain this way. Because of how busy he'd been, Naruto did not have time to really experiment with Sage mode or the chakra shroud. In fact, his battle with Sasuke had been the first time Naruto used that power since defeating Kurama. He also didn't know if he could activate the chakra shroud while he had nature chakra running through him. What's more, supposing he could activate the shroud, would he be able to maintain it? Nature chakra was volatile if uncontrolled. Kurama's chakra was just as if not more volatile. What would happen if those two chakras mixed? He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. A large spike in chakra forced Naruto to look up. A large sphere hung several dozen meters above the ground, blacker than anything he had ever seen, like a dark hole. Naruto felt like a lead ball had dropped to the bottom of his stomach. That doesn't look good. It started when the chunks of dirt and giant boulders were ripped from the ground all around him. It was as if gravity itself had suddenly reoriented toward the black hole. Naruto didn't even have time to channel chakra to the bottom of his feet, not that it would have done any good, as the very ground was being gathered into the massive black sphere. Agony slammed into Naruto as his back hit the sphere. Pain overrode his senses as large chunks of earth and boulders crushed him on all sides. He couldn't move, he could barely breathe, and his ribcage had just collapsed. More and more chunks of the earth sailed toward the sphere, which grew larger with every passing second. Darkness consumed his vision. There was no more space, and the oxygen had become practically non-existent. I need to do something. Naruto was in trouble. I have to think of a way out of this. But what could he do? If only I could switch to the chakra shroud, then maybe. He paused. If he switched to the chakra shroud, then he might be able to break free. On the other hand, he might kill himself by combining 3 different chakras inside of his body. However, if he did nothing, then he would surely die. Kurama? Let me guess, you want my help? Yes, please. Fine, but I'm only doing this because I'd rather be stuck with you than stuck inside of a statue. Since when did you become a tsundere? Shut up. Within his mind, Naruto opened the gate that held back Kurama. He could feel the Kyuubi's presence, the power, no longer restrained. A pair of paws landed on his shoulders. Chakra flooded through his body. He and Kurama worked together, merging the nature chakra with the powerful chakra of a Baijuo. Naruto opened his eyes. Chakra exploded from his pores. The ball containing him exploded. Debris rained from the sky, falling to the earth, striking it without mercy. Naruto fell among that debris. He landed on the ground and, zeroing in on Pain's location, he burst forward, becoming a streak of golden light. The world around him blurred, distorted, like what happens when someone looks through a telescope, except instead of black, all he saw were streaks. Colors faded from his vision as tears stung his eyes. This was different than using the Hiraishin. It wasn't an instant transportation technique. It was just speed, raw, unfiltered, speed. Rasengan. Pain could not react in time. Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the Deva path, pushing forward, ramming it as far into the path's chest as he could. The Deva path stood no chance. Its body was flung across the ground, striking the earth and gouging out several chunks, then continuing on to dig a large trench. Every tree in its path was felled. Loud crashes and bangs echoed across the land. A massive cloud of dust rose up, creating a trail starting where Pain had first hit the ground to where he stopped. Naruto stood there for several seconds, back hunched, shoulders heaving. The Senjutsu chakra faded from his body, then Kurama's chakra left as the seal reasserted itself, and finally, exhausted beyond belief, Naruto collapsed onto his hands and knees and coughed up more blood. It looks like using Sage mode and my chakra puts a lot of stress on your body. That's to be expected. The human body wasn't meant to contain so much power. I suppose not. Naruto recovered himself enough to stand up and begin moving. He walked slowly toward where Pain had landed. He stumbled several times, following the trench, before reaching the Deva path. Yahiko's body was a wreck. It wasn't destroyed, but the limbs were twisted into gnarled pretzels, and its head was bent at an awkward angle. There was a large concave spot on its chest shaped in a spiral. He's dead. Obviously. Naruto pulled out a scroll, set it on the ground, and unfurled it. He placed Yahiko's body on top and sealed it. Konan would want to bury her friend. He stood back up, pocketing the scroll. He looked over to the east. Thanks to Sage mode, he had been able to locate Nagato's presence. It was that way. Heaving a great sigh, Naruto began the long trek to where his greatest adversary was waiting. It was time to confront the real Nagato. Zox! Nagato retched as blood spewed from his mouth, splattering against his mechanical walker. The jingling of cords behind him resounded as he leaned over and retched even more. His chest heaved, his lungs burned, and his heart felt like it had been crushed by the icy hand of fate. All of his paths were gone. Nagato did not feel their deaths, but there was a feedback that lashed out at him due to how much chakra he had been forced to expend. Not that his sacrifice had done any good. Who could have imagined that Naruto would become so powerful, especially not so quickly? Barely 4 years ago, Naruto's power hadn't even been worth talking about, but now he was fighting against S-rank ninja every day. Even he had not become so strong so quickly. What happened during that time Jiraiya-sensei had trained him? He would never get an answer. "Look at you, Nagato," a voice called from the entrance of the cave that he was hiding in. "You look like a dog who's been repeatedly beaten by its owner." Madara stood at the end of the cave, by the entrance, his stance nonchalant, deceivingly so. Standing by his side, faithfully silent, was a girl that Nagato had never seen. Red hair. Her left eye was green. The right was covered by an eye patch. "What do you want, Madara?" asked Nagato, sounding as tired as he felt. "In case you didn't realize, I do not have time to play with you." "That's too bad. Toby came here to play today," Madara said cheerfully. "Is that so?" Toby came to play." Madara's footfalls echoed through the cave as he walked further in. The girl remained silent as she followed. Despite being tired, Nagato still had the good sense to feel wary. Madara was not someone he could underestimate. "Then what do you want?" asked Nagato. "What do I want?" Stopping in front of him, Madara eyed Nagato through the single hole in his mask. Red eyes. 3 tomos. It was the Sharingan. The tomoe within the single visible eye spun with a malevolence that caused Nagato to feel an unbidden shiver crawl up his spine. "Why, Nagato, I thought it would be obvious." Madara sounded amused. "I want your eyes, of course."